Hello, we're here again. Yes. So, welcome to everybody to the wonderful live stream that we have on. Well, we have to say that because it makes it sound better than it is. But yeah, and welcome to our guest, our wonderful Delboy.
Am I a guest still?
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're not
Is, is,
really.
is,
Again,
is,
it sounds good. It sounds like I know what I'm doing.
means I could be. It means I could be ejected at any point.
But really, it's
So
you
I
that
don't
does
mind.
all stuff. Me,
It keeps me on my toes, Ian. That's
I
all I've
just
got to
press a
say.
few buttons and hope and just hope things happen. That's
Uh,
all I'm doing. Pressing
yeah,
buttons and think things might happen. Right. So, what we normally do is I say, "What have you watched this week?"
yeah. And I every time it throws me, I ought to be. I ought to be planning a little bit better because I usually put it in my trailers what I watched on in my blog on Sunday, and I have to think back and say, yeah, that's what I watched. Plus. So, what did I put in my traders? Trying to think. I know, based on your reviews of Railway Children,
Oh yeah. Mm.
I did watch two classics. One that I told you to go away and watch, which was Flight of the Doves,
Yeah, which I did. Yeah,
and
I
the other
watched that.
one was Lord of the Flies.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you brought that out.
Um, and Swallows and Amazons.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Because Swallows and Amazons, if I remember rightly, came on a duo pack because I've got it along with the Railway Children in a studio canal. I don't know if you can see that.
Is that things that's getting way back
Yeah,
again?
I know. Hang on. Let me turn that bloody thing off because while we're talking at the beginning, I might as well just turn that off. There we go. It's all dark.
That's it. We
So
can
you
see now.
got
Yeah,
the
there we
Railway
are.
Children and Swallows and Amazons. And there was Lord of the Flies.
Yeah,
Which is
yeah, yeah. The
classic,
trailer
really.
was.
Lord of the Flies is a classic, really.
Yeah,
I've forgotten
good.
how good it was because I saw that at school.
That's yeah,
You know how it is? It was like one of those
yeah.
things where I think we were reading the book and they showed us the film of it.
That's right. They did exactly the same to us.
Yeah,
That,
and I remember because I
yeah,
remember the
yeah,
thing about it is you remember things like uh the little fat boy called Piggy.
yeah. That's
Remember it
right. Yeah,
because he had the
yeah,
round glasses, and I
yeah.
remember people started calling me that at school. I remember that. Oh, of course. And I watched Clute because
Oh,
Donald
brilliant.
Sutherland died, you see.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah,
I
sad.
remember so I remember I picked that up on the night and I watched Clute. And what a film
Yeah,
that is. I mean,
it
but there's
is.
nothing to really say about that because I think a lot of people know Clute now.
Yeah, I know.
But back in the day, it was a very it's what people call slow, but I don't think it is slow. It's
Yeah,
just you're
no.
following the life of Jane Fonda's character, who's a
Yeah,
prostitute, sort of like trying to be something else. She's
yeah,
got a secret behind the death, hasn't she, of the character that Donald Sutherland is sort of like
yeah.
trying to the bottom of. Don't want to give anything away.
No.
So it's not really slow. It's just that what else can you do when it's a detective trailing you? You're watching their lives, and if their lives are
Mm.
boring, the film can look a bit slow. But it's not to me. It's never boring because it's like voyeurism.
Mm.
You're sort of like living the
Mm.
life as the person's living it, and you're sort of like getting involved. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So I've never thought that. Then this came up, Ice Pirates, and apparently
Oh yeah.
it's a spoof of all science fiction films. It's got spoof of Alien in it and all of that sort of stuff. And the only space one that I could think of that I've got a spoof of is Spaceballs. So I thought I'd give it a go. It's got the bloke that we've been talking about just recently, that Robert Ulrich, who was in Vegas. He's the main character in it. You remember the TV
Mhm.
series Vegas and I forgot what the other thing was. Anyway, and then somebody recommended this, and I haven't opened it yet. It's called The Moon.
Oh
The
yeah,
Balloon. And it
yeah.
says sci-fi survival adventure from the director of Along with the Gods.
Oh.
Never heard of it. Somebody recommended it. I bought it.
Mm.
So those are the ones. I sort of semi know bits of what you've watched, but I'm very pleased that I'm going to hear everything. Go on, what you've been watching?
Well,
Because I can
all
go
I'll
to
do
sleep.
is really.
I can go to sleep now for 20 minutes. Go on,
You can
tell me.
go to sleep.
Go
It's just what's really up on channel that there's been. Which the first film, which was an absolute revelation for me, was this film called Hidden.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah, yeah.
French film. It's also known as Cachet, and it just blew me away. This film. It's directed by Michael Haneke, who's an Austrian director, and how I knew him was through Funny Games. Have you seen Funny Games? It's
It rings
a
bells, but I
very
don't think
it's a
I'm going to
house
say I haven't.
invasion film.
It rings bells, but I'm going to say I haven't. So
It's a house invasion film, but it's very
that's probably why I've heard
different.
of it.
It's very disturbing, and this film starts off where there's these tapes are being delivered to the house, and all it is on these tapes is them being somebody watching their house. It's like they're under surveillance. But then gradually, as these tapes keep getting delivered, they keep seeing more bits of their life, and it's brilliant. It's just you don't know what direction it's going to take, and
Well, when I saw your review, I got
brilliant,
confused because I've seen a
absolutely.
film called The Hidden, but it was a sci-fi film, so I got confused on what you'd watch.
But I do recommend anybody, something a bit different, and the direction, and there's something that I found interesting as well. There is no music soundtrack in this film,
Oh,
and
okay.
it was asked why, and he said he wanted it to be as realistic as possible, saying that in life you don't get music playing when things happen, which is an interesting way of looking at film. But anyway,
And you
I
know,
could go on
what you
about
now
that.
do, because
Read my review. I loved it.
if you go into our living room and Emmerdale's on, there's music going on all bleeding time. So there's always something going on with music. But I
Then
must
I
admit,
watched.
I got confused with the Hidden that I saw 2 weeks ago with the science fiction one. So.
Oh yeah, it's not. But it's a very good film. I
Yeah,
highly
yeah.
recommend it. This is good. It's just fun. It's enjoyable. It's a remake of the original one with a Romero one, and it's entertaining. I think what makes it more interesting is that the actor who plays the sheriff is really good in it. He kind of holds the film together, really.
Mm.
And it's good. I'm not saying it's outstanding, but it's enjoyable. You can just watch this and just enjoy it. It's good. Yeah. I've not seen the original one, but this apparently stands up well to it. So, and then this one is a real good film. It's come. My review is up on Saturday. This is the
Oh yeah, the
day
day the Earth caught
the Earth
fire. Yeah,
caught fire,
classic.
and it's absolutely superb. It just is. It's almost like a documentary style, the way it is, but it's absolutely brilliant.
I think the reason I held back buying that is because I heard that there was going to be a 4K
Oh right,
brought out by that Australian company. You know that
oh
one that
right,
brought out the
yeah,
Martian Chronicles and that was it
yeah,
Intrad or I don't know what they called themselves.
yeah,
But they did a load of 50s science fiction stuff. You know, they just brought out
yeah.
recently. It was a couple. So I held back buying that, but I might have to buy that.
I think what makes this interesting, it's 1961, and it's not a pulpy science fiction film at all. That's what makes it
No.
interesting. It's it's a very believable one.
Oh yeah, it's
One
about
that
a
you can
atomic
even,
bomb going off, isn't it, and causing
yeah,
the shift.
yeah. I mean, you can even look at today it's the idea is that two atomic bombs have gone off at the same time, and the
That's it.
Earth has tilted this way, and it's changed our climate. So you could
12
sort of look at
degrees, wasn't it?
modern,
Wasn't it 12 degrees, something like that?
yeah.
Plus,
Yeah,
not only has that happened, but it's not the Earth orbit towards the sun or something.
exactly. And
Yeah.
they have to detonate some more bombs. I don't think it's giving too much away at the end
to knock it back into
to
its
get try and sort it out. But I think it's just
sounds very much like Jerry Anderson came along and said, "I'm going to do Space 1999, you know, and I'm going to talk about a big bomb going off, and it'll knock the orbit off of some of them planet." Oh, hang on, haven't we done that before? Yeah.
I think what makes it interesting is the Daily Express link, because they filmed it in the Daily Express building. And the bloke who's who plays the editor was, in fact, an editor in the actual Daily Express. Just adds a bit of sort of realism to it as a script. But I really enjoyed it anyhow, and highly recommended. And then I just do a quick music one where Delboy just makes comments about the cover again. Yeah, here we are.
Oh.
It's the Police's debut album. This is just a great album. Outlanders to more. It was originally going to be called Police Brutality, but they decided against that because that really went against their image. That, you know, the thing about the Police is the sort of reggae influence, but it's very different from the Clash. The Clash had a reggae influence. They were more rockabilly influenced, and that's why they're more into the punk. Whereas the Police never really fitted in the sort of punk area. They were more jazz influenced, linked with that, but they had the sort of punk attitude, but linked with the reggae. So this is a great album, and it's not their best album, but it's a very good album. I think the second one is probably better, but this is good. And that's it.
See, I could do a Delboy joke.
Go on.
Say, if the Police had still been around, they could have brought out an album called Slater.
Slater.
Remember, he's got a friend that was called Slater. He nicked him, didn't he? And he went out. He actually married his ex-wife Raquel, didn't he? He was called Slater.
Oh dear.
See, Police and Delboy. See, Police.
I think we better get on with comments.
The other thing, I must admit, and I don't mind mentioning it, I watched Star Trek: The Motion Picture again.
Well, why not? Why not? Indeed.
I saw so many of my friends saying they were going to the pictures to see Star Trek 3.
That's right. The Spock one.
I got nostalgic again, and I went,
yeah.
I still fancy watching The Motion Picture.
And I still think it's the best Star Trek film out of all of them.
So I just watched that again. I don't know. I just.
But we won't go into that controversy. People going about Wrath of Khan and all that stuff. Right. So first compliment is Michael. Now Michael would totally disagree. Mm-hmm. He thinks the Next Generation one is First Contact is his favorite. But anyhow, right. Howdy, Ian and Del. Hope you're both great. Yeah. I'm currently being attacked by a tiny terror known as my kitten. Yeah, I've seen the photos, Michael. Yes. But my main question is thoughts on the god-awful Doctor Who finale. Well, I suspect you can guess that we have similar opinions, but I'll let Delboy.
No, you go first this time. I'm going to... Seriously, I've gone first twice on Doctor Who the last couple of weeks. You're going to go now.
Okay, then. Well, do you know, I'll tell you, it just shows you how bad it was. I can't even remember that much about it. And that is for a finale. It's a pretty bad thing, isn't it? All I can say is when you saw Tom Baker appeared in it, you thought, please, can we have that instead? Please, can we have the original one, please? Yes.
Oh, that's that memory TARDIS thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, actually, it's interesting that the actor I think he's called Gabriel Wolf, who played the original voice of Sutek, actually did the voice. And he's 91. They brought him back. So, out of deference, I would say he was that
Yeah,
voice.
he's 89 now, isn't he? He's 89 now.
I say he was the best part of the whole thing, and apparently, I think the companion left. Though I'm not sure. That's how things is, and they tried to solve this mystery that they've been building up for. Oh, basically, you start to get to the point where you don't care anymore, and the version of Sutek that they did lost everything. I just didn't like it.
Didn't make much sense.
I just didn't like it, and it's such a classic story to do that to such a brilliant classic story. It's just unforgivable, and it reflects, in a way, it was kind of reflective of the whole what we've seen on this, and them calling it series one, indeed, or season one. It just sums it up. Disney got control.
The thing that I didn't get is it said I've been inside your TARDIS since the day we met, or wherever you put me in the vortex or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Right? And then I was thinking about Modern Trek, and I was going, hang on a minute, didn't Matt Smith leave the whole universe and go to a planet, and the TARDIS blew up? It was in bits.
He did. I remember that. Yeah.
And the TARDIS's conscience and everything went into a woman's body.
That's right.
It burned itself out. Played by the lovely Saran Jones. I mean, she's gorgeous, right? And I was thinking, so what happened to him then?
Yeah. Yes.
Right, because the whole thing sort of like was taken to bits.
Yeah.
So what did he go back in it then? When we put it back together? Didn't make sense, that bit. Then again, timey-wimey, all this shit that they'll come out with and say it's all of this. Anyway, have you got anything else to say about it?
No, I mean, that's it. I mean, it's true. Normally, for a series finale, you remember, it's supposed to remember, and it was that bad. It just went by and can't remember much of it. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know if you know, has she left or hasn't she? I know there's a new companion coming.
Oh, no, she's not left yet.
She hasn't left. All right. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's just that her family and her story hasn't left yet. She's left as a companion, but she's not really left, if you see what I mean. Because
I get you.
She turns up.
Yeah.
And it concludes the story. You have to, because you've got to have that Mrs. Flood connection.
Oh, yeah, of course. They've been building her up, and they we didn't get anything about that, did we, really?
No, but it was nice
that dangling into the next.
It's nice that they did keep that dangling.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I will say.
Yeah.
It's nice as well that you know that it had nothing to do with this story, because as she was dying, she said, I had all these plans.
Yeah.
And then she turned into dust.
Yeah.
So hers was something different.
I know that you're more generous to this show than I am.
No, what I'm saying is,
but I just can't put up
what
with
I'm saying is it's not for me.
Yeah.
I've weathered so many storms of bad bad Doctor Who along with, in the classic era, the Trial of a Time Lord was shit. Most of the Sylvester Stallone was shit. There was huge sections of all sorts of the Doctors that you could turn around and say, wow, that was padded to hell.
Yeah.
But I'd have all of those over everything I've seen in this. That's the trouble, you see. I've always found something good to say about one season, even if it's like one story. But all I can say is they are good stories if it was aimed at me when I was 6 or something. But it's not. I'm not 6, and therefore I can't turn around and say this is for me. I can't therefore turn around and say they shouldn't make it, because they're trying to attract a new audience. If a new audience comes along and loves it, then basically Doctor Who continues.
Yeah.
And I don't want it to go off because I know what 16 years of Doctor Who being off air is. Do I really want to go through that? Do I really want to say in my lifetime I saw a program come along and it died and basically I'm
And
now
came back and then died. Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'd rather it aimed at somebody that's not me and somebody gets a benefit out of it because at least I could turn around and say, yeah, Doctor Who, I watched that when I was a kiddie.
Yeah, I get your point.
And I could talk to people and say, I remember it when this man was a mystery and we slowly over 20 odd years learned about the guy. Then for me to turn around and say, yeah, I saw that shit rubbish that you watched when you were, I watched it when I was 53.
Yeah.
What crap it was. No, I don't want to be that person.
No.
I sort of hold that back. But I told you, didn't I? I said, I'm surprised that nobody has linked up our Prime Minister, have I?
Richie, go on, get the joke in. Go on.
No, Richie Sunak. And yet here we've got a character called Sutek, and I was going, is it Richie Sutek? We've got a PM. Is that where that came from?
Yeah. So we're up to date. We have election.
Our PM brings the gift of death.
Or some bullshit. I think
that'd be really good. No, but nobody's done that with yet, and I can see the reason why. But to end it all, you said about it, I didn't really care. No, I don't. I don't really care.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the finale, it wasn't raised in any way whatsoever in quality. I don't it puts nonsense on things that I don't agree with, and to a point where I'm nearly offended. It's almost like if you've got enough tech, you can stick a videotape into a player, make a 3D hologram, and suddenly you've got a TARDIS you can get into and fly off. I mean, what the bloody hell's all that about? That means you don't need to know about time and relative dimensions in space. Stick a bloody videotape in, make a 3D hologram, and there you are. You got a TARDIS you can fly off in. Brilliant.
I thought you made a very interesting point. You said, "What's his actual costume?" You know, like every Doctor, you know the costume, don't you? You
I'd
know
agree
exactly
with that,
what they are. And him, I don't know. What does he wear? It's always changing.
I hope that changes. Everybody knew that each Doctor had a unique costume and wore it, and we got to love it because it was like he never had, because each time I watched the story, I kept thinking, bless him, you know, he hasn't had time to sit down yet. He hasn't changed his clothes since he's regenerated. He's worn these things. And he hasn't even took his clothes off yet. You know, to settle back because he goes from one adventure to the next and doesn't stop.
Exactly.
This guy, he's never out of a wardrobe.
He's in wardrobe all the time, changing.
Never out of a wardrobe. and this time he looked like somebody out. You know what I mean? He looked like John Travolta. And then I heard that Russell T Davies said that he wanted this Doctor as well to show his emotions, which is why he screamed out of this TARDIS about this.
Oh Lord!
These deaths and everything, and then it was his fault. And I was going, okay, you know, that's all right. That showed the Doctor with a different side.
Yeah.
But I've always looked at it like this: he's an alien. Nothing's changed with that. He's still an alien. He's been on Earth a lot and knows about Earth and emotions and all of that sort of stuff. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he starts acting like I'm going to release my emotions by screaming because I read about it somewhere and heard that that's good therapy. Because Christ, he's been with Leonard, he's been with you know, all these famous painters and scientists through the years. You're telling me he hasn't learned that shout therapy was something then when Peter Davison was around? Is that what you're trying to tell me? He never read about how to control your emotions and stuff. That's a load of bollocks. That's how and I have to say that it is. It's a load of bollocks. So yeah, this story semi offended me. You know,
Yeah.
this memory TARDIS that you could just conjure up by putting a videotape in and all that. It was just
It's
bollocks.
it's yeah.
He's made up
And
this TARDIS by smacking a hammer against the original
yeah.
one. And the other one pops up. So all
It's
of this just weakens the story as far as I'm
it's
concerned.
too depressing thinking about it now. Right, let's move on to the next comment. Let's see. Danny Dukes. Hi, how are you all? I'm good. Where are you? We're good. Yes, moaning away about Doctor Who,
My
but we're
mate
all right.
Danny, yay!
And Cy Robson, evening, good
My
evening.
mate Si,
Yeah.
yay! See, I'm going to say that to all of them now.
And Danny Dukes, Cy Robson, I mate, and Cy Robson, I Danny, and Cy Robson. Odeon are doing a Scream Unseen on July the 3rd, which is a premiere of a new horror. I'm praying that it's either Maxine or Longlegs. Oh, yeah, Longlegs. We've been hearing about that a bit, haven't we? That's another spider movie, isn't it? I think it is something. Yeah, of course, Maxine. Yeah. Well, that would be interesting. When's that? July the 3rd. Not that far away, is it? That's next week. Isn't
Well,
it?
I heard that Maxine wasn't far away, but I must admit,
Yeah.
I have no idea of release dates.
Yeah.
No idea.
Yeah.
Have they released now The Quiet Place 3? Have they done? Is that out now? Is it?
Oh, is that could be out today or tomorrow? Is it
Oh, it's this Friday.
tomorrow? I think it's this week. Yeah, I
Right.
think. Yeah,
Everybody was telling me that's the end of
yeah,
June or something, and it's the
yeah,
end of June now. And
yeah.
I'm going, right, is it out yet then? I don't know.
The films come out on Thursdays or Fridays.
I thought they were Fridays, but it's probably
Yeah,
Thursday.
it might be. Could be. I don't know. Yeah. Right. Tony Hawk, evening, Ian and Dal. Hope you are both doing okay. The French film reviewed Ian sounded intriguing. If you are interested in the Algerian situation featured in the film, I have a couple of suggestions. All right. Okay, Tony, let's have a look. Outside the Law, 2010, showing terrorist activities in France. Yeah. And Lost Command, 1966, showing the war in Algeria. I know it's a massive thing in French history, the Algerian thing, and it was fascinating seeing it in this film. To be honest, I don't know too much about the Algerian thing. It's an interesting period in history. I know that, and French wouldn't let go. It was a real struggle for them to let go of Algeria. And Stephen Taylor, hello. Good evening, Ian and Delboy. Can you understand why vinyl now easily outsells CDs? Surely CD quality music is so much better. I agree with you totally. Totally agree. For some reason, vinyl is it's the collectible thing, I think, that's happened with it. All these people love to see the colors. They like them if they're special editions.
Well, I'm not going. The one thing I won't do is get into the argument of which one is better quality.
Yeah.
Because
my opinion is as I've made it that I do love CDs, mainly because, well, partly they're much more convenient for me, and they just, you don't have to fiddle about, worry about the stylus wearing out, and lots of other things.
But I think from my point of view, it's like if you were to try and get the figures of physical media sales, right? I'm pretty sure that the figures would shock you in regards to the percentage of which ones are the boutique labels and which ones are the standard releases and which ones are selling more, because I'm pretty sure the collectors are keeping it all together, which means that it is the more expensive steel books and collector's editions that are keeping it afloat. And therefore, I'm not surprised vinyl's winning, because it's the collectors in it all. It's I want the unique green snot one, or I want the one that No, no, I want the one that I looks like I threw up my kebab over it last week. Edition. Um,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Which
Yeah.
I don't really care for, and I'm not poo pooing anybody that buys those, because I
No,
tell you
I'm
what,
not really. It's what they do.
I love the idea of multicolored things and all of that sort of stuff. But you got to remember, I come from a background where I was buying comics, and at the end of the day, they'd have different various covers, and they still do this now. You know, there'll be the 650th issue of Spider-Man out, or say something, and it will come out with 10 different variant covers. But what you're doing is you're buying the same comic 10 times for the only difference in the whole comic is the one page at the front, which is the cover, right? And then they slap stupid things on it, like, to get this comic, you have the comic shop has to buy 25 normal regular ones to get this one special one, right? And they put all these weird ratios. It's how I learned ratios at school. You know, so this one is 1 in 25, this one's 1 in 50, this one's 1 in 10, this one's 1 in 100, this one's 1 in 1,000, and they put the price on this particular cover based on how rare it is. Go on, go and get your takeout.
No, he's off out to shop.
Oh, you little shit! Go and take your bloody meal somewhere else.
He's just off out to shop. There's a shop. Just a minute as well.
No, it's all right. I was only joking. all I'm getting at is, when you're buying the album and there's one that's green and one that's red, one that's yellow, and one that's multicolor, you're buying the same album. It's got the same tracks on, the same music, and the only thing you're buying is the color dye that they used in the manufacturing process. And each of these albums are like 30 quid, and that means that you're going to say that colors, and that's £90 you've spent.
I'd rather buy a CD for better music, and CD might be what, £10, a brand new one, and I can get one which is better value, because the CD it's miles better.
Like I said,
some
people will say they're doing it because of the legacy that they will hold behind. It's going to make money. I'm going to sell it, or I'm going to give it my son when he grows up, and it's going to make him go to college. And I get it, but at the end of the day, I look at what you're doing then with your records is that you're speculating on the market, and therefore you might as well put the money in an ISA. It's a more entertaining version of where you're putting your money.
Yeah.
And if you're saying that you're buying it because you're a collector, then I'm turning around and saying, well, then as a collector, don't you see the pitfall of it? You're buying the same album 3 times, 90 quid, whichever way you look.
Do they play them? They probably don't want to play them because
there's that. They'll probably play the black one, right? Not play the coloured one, and then find out later on that the black one is going for more money in 30 years' time, because that's the one everybody played. And they've knackered up, and no bugger can find the blue one, the black one anymore, and the blue and the green ones are bloody tons of them, because they've been left in their cellophane all these years, and no buggers open them. So it works like that.
I mean, I know if people enjoy doing it, then that's fine.
That's what I'm saying. I'll never poo-poo anybody buying.
Yeah, I agree.
I bought steel books, and I've got 11 copies of The Thing and all of this sort of stuff. I'm as guilty as anybody else. It's just that I'm not prepared to pay 30 quid for a different coloured vinyl.
Yeah.
And every time I look the vinyl out, and I have got coloured vinyl. I mean, I've had picture discs with Jurassic Park and all sorts of stuff, soundtracks. And what I'm saying is, I look at them and I go, it looks all right. I'm not a gasp. Go, oh, look at that.
Yeah, I know. It's the way. Yeah. Who knows?
I'm not excited. At the end of the day, I wouldn't be surprised if something like the market crashes and they all start turning them into clocks again. You remember they used to make clocks out of vinyl records and stick them up on the wall? By sticking a clock mechanism behind the back of it and sticking it through the spindle and having the hands go around. And I could just imagine people doing that. you know.
They say about the vinyl revival, but there always has been a lot of people who genuinely were going to record fairs wanting sort of the original pressings, and they've always been there. But that for them, it is the collectability, but they love the music. They're not just collecting; they'll actually play the record. I've seen that. And the prices at these record fairs may be higher than maybe some, but they're not as inflated as
I'd
like
still,
as
I'd
it going
still
to
be, I
HMV.
would still be more interested in going to a record fair and buying a 1966 soundtrack than a
Yeah,
reissue that's green in color.
yeah,
Sorry, but that's me.
yeah,
I'd rather buy the original 1966 in pristine
yeah,
condition than a
yeah,
reissue that's now got a photo of bloody
yeah,
Paul McCartney's head on the
yeah,
etched into the disc. You know what I
yeah,
mean? But like I said, I'm not going to go into the quality because at the end of the day, there's people out there that are much more educated than me that will turn around and say the recording on this vinyl is the same recording that's been made onto the CD. And if you've bought a record player of any quality with a cartridge that costs like
yeah,
£1,000,
exactly. Even the
you
cartridges.
you will get the same quality as this. And I'll just turn around and go, yeah. So in other words, it's a choice. Which one do you like, CD
Yeah,
or vinyl?
yeah,
And at the end of the day, I like
yeah,
vinyl, and there
yeah,
are certain things I've bought that I would only turn around and say you haven't experienced it until you bought the vinyl. But it's a little bit like my computer talks I have about computers. I'm not nostalgic about computers I've never owned.
yeah.
Somebody will turn around and say, "Oh, do you remember the days when you had an Amstrad 464 and we were playing this game?" I'll turn around and say, "No, because I never had one. I had a Commodore 64 when that came out." Now you show me the Commodore 64 one, and you've got a tape, and you have to load it, and I'm there back in that year it came out. You loading it up, and I'm going, "So you're loading up a computer game, right?"
I mean,
I've no nostalgia for it. So if I haven't
yeah,
listened to an album on vinyl, and somebody puts the CD in, I'm just going, I like the music. But some people would turn around and say, I remember playing that on my record deck. Oh, no, here we're talking, right? We put that on, we played it all the way to the end. And excuse me. You carry on for a minute.
have a drink. Yeah. It's interesting linking nostalgia and collecting. Actually, the one thing I've noticed, and over the last couple of years, and it certainly has happened, is VHF, the dreaded videotape. Now people are actively going out, getting these VHS tapes, which at one time you couldn't hardly even give away at a blooming charity shop, and they were flooded with them. And now everybody's going around. Oh, I've got to have a copy of
Everything
Jaws.
goes round in circles, doesn't it? I
Yeah.
mean, at the end of the day,
And then the prices suddenly, eBay, somebody says, oh, God, I can make a bit of money here. So they'll start charging money.
It wouldn't surprise me if Polaroid doesn't come out of the past and suddenly say we've done a 2024 edition of the Polaroid camera to celebrate the 60th year, and everybody goes out and buys one, or it's the 100th anniversary of the Rubik Cube or something, right? And everybody goes out and buys that frigging thing again, right?
But I never thought I would see.
It's nostalgia.
Yeah. I never thought I would see people spending quite a bit of money ultimately on VHS tapes. It's amazing how, and the value has suddenly gone up, and people are talking about them, loving them, and which is nice. I think it's great if you like that, and it does help to nostalgia. I think it's
I'm going to ask you something, Ian, because obviously we're crossing a subject that I only touched upon in my blog, and I don't want to talk about my blog too much because some people here aren't even subscribed to me. But somebody asked me a question, and I'd like to know your answer. They said, "Where does nostalgia start? Where does it come from? At what point is something nostalgic?" And
That is
they asked me that question, and I gave my honest answer.
Yeah.
My honest answer was something to me is historic if it's something that I've never touched, wanted, needed, or I've got no connection with. So something is nostalgic to me to something that I've owned, gone, disappeared. It comes back, whatever. So when I start getting nostalgic about something, it's usually something like somebody will give me a book that I read at school, a Ladybird book or something, and all of a sudden my mind will go instantly back to primary school where I was reading the Sleeping Beauty in Ladybird book format with all the pictures and all of that sort of stuff. And that is nostalgia. Otherwise, if you showed somebody who's only 18 years old a Ladybird book with Sleeping Beauty in the front of it, they'd call that a history book. And they will have no connection with it whatsoever, other than them, probably their mother reciting the book, you know, the tale Sleeping Beauty, or watching Disney cartoon of it, right? That to them will be their idea of what Sleeping Beauty is. So when does a point become nostalgic? It comes nostalgic when any point in your life, any point, because it's wherever the point of the thing is that you're being nostalgic about. You see what I mean? That's how I look at it. How do you look at it? Because you've mentioned the word nostalgia a lot just now, so I want to know what your opinion
this kind of is a bit of a cliche for me.
When is something nostalgic? That's what I want to know.
Is the older I get, the more I look back at the past. It's true. 10 years ago, I used to look back at the past, maybe, but not as much. Now, I'm always looking at the past. Oh, there's always something. I'll trigger something and remind me. It's like I'm saying I might be watching YouTube videos, and there's suddenly, like I saw one not long ago. It was in Leeds, you know, Leeds now, the city centre. I remember it so much because I went to school. Our school that I went to was in the city centre. It was wonderful because you could go around town, and I knew it very well. And then just watching these videos of how Leeds is now, you know, and I was thinking, oh yeah, look at that building there, look at that building, and how the shops, some of the shops and buildings were still there, but there were different shops. They turned into different shops, and some had been knocked down, or the modern shopping centres had been put there, which weren't there when I was young. But what was really great is there was this bit I was watching, and they passed by the building where I went to school. It's still up. They're still, because it's a preserved building, and that just flooded. You can imagine when you see something like that, which meant I was there from 11 years old till 18 years. I was at that school a long time, and it just has so many memories. And just seeing that building, it just triggered everything. And then I saw opposite Morrison's, and of course I worked in my last when I was 15, 16. I used to go over and work at that Morrison's to get some money to buy all my records and stuff. That again, just seeing Morrison's, you're taken back. It's like going into a TARDIS. Your memory just suddenly thinks, oh wow, you know, I'm there and remembering, and you remember things. Sometimes your memory becomes even clearer about things.
I'll tell you a good analogy, right? I'll tell you a good analogy, and you'll like this one because it's got Leeds in it. It's got Leeds in it. Bloody hell.
Yeah,
Bloody hell, eh? It's got Leeds in it. Let's get the calendar moment out and put a square in it. Delboy talked about Leeds. Right? I couldn't sleep. Was it last night or the night before? And I was watching a film, and it was The Damn United.
Oh yes, yeah,
all you've
yeah.
It, right?
Great
all about Don Revy, you know,
Brian Clough.
You know, Brian Clough, all of that sort of stuff, right? To me, that's a film of history For
Yeah.
my dad, who would have watched that film and he'd have loved it, he'd have turned around and said, "That's nostalgia to me."
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
he'd be shouting at the screen saying, "Best person who was never an England manager, Brian Clough, hands down,
Yeah.
should have been a bloody England manager. What the hell was going on?" All of this sort of
Yeah.
stuff. And he'd have been looking at that film and he'd have been remembering everything about the 44 days of
Yeah.
Brian Clough at Leeds,
Yeah.
the interviews that were going on with Don Revie and Brian Clough, and him turning around and saying that, you know, his boys, he didn't treat them well and all of that. You know what I mean? So The Damn United, a great film. But what I was trying to show you there was, for me, that's a historic film, and to my dad, that would have been a nostalgic film. You see what I mean? Would you agree that?
There it is.
Would you agree though that that's a
It's
good
a great
analogy?
film.
To somebody
Anybody?
who was never in that, it's a historic film, and to somebody
Yeah.
else that might have lived in, that's a nostalgic film. That one.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's so many. I don't know. It's like when one thing I treasure as well as a child is when we would go, probably about 1966, 67. My mum and dad, they took us to London to stay, to actually, it was magical. Actually, imagine going to London and then when I see films of that era and you see London, again, it just all my mind just, it's just going back to those holidays. And of course, my dad, he was doing all his filming on his, little 8mm films, doing his filming. And it just, things can trigger it. So you can watch a film and you're thinking, wow, I mean, the one reason I love Last Night in Soho is the 60s vibe. It's just something, and that is kind of nostalgic.
I'll tell you what, I haven't spoken to Nigel in ages, but I remember one conversation. He was saying he hadn't seen Get Carter for
yeah,
at all, right? And he had suddenly was sent a copy and he watched it. When he was talking about it, the thing that I could see lit up in his face was, he said, "I looked at the film and I saw bits of where I live."
That's
and I was going, "Oh, look at that car park. I remember driving by that bloody car park for I don't know how many years, and there anymore."
Yeah.
So
that's what it's about.
I can just imagine, to him, therefore, to him, would that be a historic film or a nostalgic film? Because he saw the nostalgia in it, because it was set near where he lived, and therefore he saw places that he naturally just drove by to get to work for years and years. And those things are not there anymore.
So
then it has a deeper sentimental, bigger value to you than anything. So
well, it's interesting because when I look at my dad's own movies of just the area in Leeds that we lived in, there's all these allotments which my granddad, he used to be in the allotment all the time, and that's right near it was. But then now that's all gone, and so you look at something like that and think, wow, everything's changed so much. All the old houses, a lot of the old terraced houses.
Can you put those on DVD? Can't you put those films to DVD so that you can keep them forever? And
I've got. My dad did some discs. He digitalized his whole collection.
I'll tell you what would be really good. You want to send a copy anonymously to the pubs that are still around there and say, "This is a little gift to you that you can play in your pub if you want. I don't care."
Well, there was a pub.
And then when those people put it in, they'll go, "Oh, that's what this place used to look like." And all that.
It's all demolished.
The regulars around there would go, "Oh, I remember it looked like that." You could start charging admission.
It's all changed. It's different, totally different. I mean, when I went back to when I went to my dad's funeral and seeing the house and everything and the area, a lot of it was just so different. All my memories very different from what it looked. It looks physically very different. You could see bits that I do remember, but it had really changed. It's incredible how things change. But yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, I mean,
I think yeah.
I must admit that somebody else asked me as well in my blog. They said pertinent lines that are in films, ones that's really stick out. It was Denny. That was right. It was Denny that said
Yeah.
that. And I told him, Christ, there are so many, isn't there, about
Yeah.
Jaws and all of that sort of stuff. And every time nostalgia comes up, I keep thinking of Star Trek too.
Yeah.
He says, because Bones is going to Kirk and said, he's not really gone, not as long as you remember him. And that's what it is, isn't it? It's about nostalgia and memory. And he said, yeah. And, he said he felt young because he was looking at a new world and knowing that his friend was around there somewhere and all of this sort of stuff. And there's all these pertinent lines. This is what I like about science fiction, is that they'll put a very pertinent line that's full of emotion into something. And you go, do you know what? I wish I could think of a bloody scene where I could use a line like that. I go to a funeral and I go, yeah, nobody liked the little sod, did they? Really? No. They're never turning around and saying, "Oh, he's gone," and all of that. It's always about all the bad things that the person did. The world's a better place without him. Thank God, bastard. He never did anything but moan. I mean, which is what is how I think I'll be gone when they go around and they start talking about me. They'll go, "Didn't know him." I just knew he lived in that house for about
Oh dear, with that garage. I wonder what's in that garage.
Yeah.
So it's not a car.
Anyway, we get to comments. We haven't looked at comments for a while.
Yeah, we better. Right. Michael, hello, Michael. Sorry, I'm surprised you're still. First Contact, I told you, didn't I tell you, is the best Star Trek movie. And I will fight anyone that, for legal reasons, this is a joke. Yes. Yeah, I know, Michael.
It is my third or fourth favorite film.
Yeah, it is an excellent film. Yeah,
it's just that people that were brought up with the next generation, therefore, have a bigger. This is where I said about this nostalgia. Have a bigger nostalgic for the next generation than they will the old series, because they didn't grow up with the old series. I grew up with the old series. So I was watching the next generation in my teens and early 20s, and I found it to be a good show, but it's not as good as the original series, because the original series was aimed to me as a child, and I was a child at the time. So, of course, in my mind, you can't beat this.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't have been a battle anyway, because it's just a continuation.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
so when people start talking about the films, I sometimes say, I don't like to think of them as 10 films. I like to think of them as 6 original series and 4 next gen ones and 3 in an alternative universe thing, right?
Yeah.
And I've got more familiarity and more memory for the older ones than I have for the next gen ones, which is a good way of me turning around and saying, I don't like Star Trek Nemesis and I don't like Star Trek.
Star Trek Nemesis.
Whatever, right? Because actually, I do think that they're okay stories. It's just that, for goodness sake, you might as well say Star Trek Nemesis is Star Trek 5 if you want to put it in quality.
Well, I'll tell you something controversial. I don't think Generations is as good as people have make out. Yeah, a lot of people say, "Oh, I like Generations."
I'll tell you where I think.
I think a telling point about Generations is that how many of the original cast came back on to
Yeah, but
who were invited.
that was on
And
purpose.
Leonard Nimoy, quite rightly, rejected going back to that. That is very important,
It was
I
on
think.
purpose, though. And I'll tell you what, I look at Generations as not being a next generation and not being an original series. It's a bridge film.
It
It
is,
is
but
it is totally a bridge film
it's just,
of handing over the torch from one to another.
yeah.
Right? And it's not even in
And
canon. I don't even think of it as canon, right? Because they're even now they're talking about, did Kirk really die like that? No, actually he's somewhere else and all of this sort of stuff.
yeah,
And the books have rewritten that story as well and all of this. So I purposely look at it as being, it's what the fans wanted, and
yeah,
we bowed to what they wanted and we brought it back.
yeah.
Now I found it actually quite nice that
And I think as well.
no, I found it quite nice that Spot wasn't there, because if you think about it, he was so much in the Next Generation in 2-part episodes and all this
Yeah,
kicking about,
well,
that it
yeah,
was nice that you had just a couple of people, that were in it. And Kirk died in the first 15 minutes of it, and he died quite heroically as well.
yeah,
In fact, I wouldn't have been upset if that was the only bit of Kirk in it. It's just they brought him back. He was in this Nexus thing.
yeah. This Nexus thing,
You know
and
what I mean?
I was disappointed in Malcolm McDowell. I don't think he was as good a villain as he could have been. I like Malcolm McDowell a lot. He's a great actor. I didn't think it was a outstanding villain at all. I just think it was
Well, no, but
a bit of a
I,
letdown,
I
really.
don't think
Um,
Malcolm McDowell. The thing about good villains is they're built that you've seen before, and that was a new character. So you've got to learn in the space of an hour and 40. Like Khan, well, he was around from 1967,
yeah,
and it
yeah,
doesn't take too much of a leap for you to turn around and go, "Oh wow, there's a history behind this guy, and I can actually go back and watch
yeah.
this one episode, and all of this sort of stuff." You can't do that with Malcolm McDowell's character.
No,
So it purely was a character made up for that film. He was quite menacing. He was quite sinister. But at the end of the day, if he died, he died. I couldn't give a shit, because I didn't
yeah,
know him anyway, really.
no,
All I knew of is this guy that was
yeah.
wanting to go to the Nexus. He was pulled back from it, and his whole life now is trying to get back into it. And so he's obsessed.
I,
So all I know about Malcolm McDowell is he's playing an obsessed guy.
I know that as well. That if you look at Malcolm McDowell, he takes any job.
Yeah,
He would absolute work at anything. He'll take, no matter how bad the script is. I've seen him in a lot of TV series as he pops up in. He'll just do it, and you almost feel with this, it was just, oh, scripts come in. Oh, I'll do that.
oh
No,
yeah,
no offense to
he's
him.
a bit,
I do like him a lot as a great actor, but he's just earning the money. He just thinks, oh, it's another job.
I think Malcolm McDowell could have been another Gary Oldman. He could have been another Gary
Yeah,
Oldman, but the trouble is, I think he took too many jobs like Michael Caine did, where in his career he just turned around and went, "I don't give a shit anymore. As long as I'm
yeah,
buying a house from my mum or my dad, or I'm
exactly.
living in a
And it don't matter about the script.
I could just
Doesn't matter.
imagine him walking into a film studio and they turn around and say, Malcolm, we've got this perfect part for you. You're going to be an ant in the next.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to be an ant in the next Honey I Shrunk the Kids video, and we're going to call you Malcolm in it, and you're going to be dressed up in this ant
Yeah,
costume all the way through. He'd have turned around and go, I'll do it.
yeah,
What? How much money? $1 million?
yeah,
Oh, all right, yeah, that'll do. Yeah, I'll be in
yeah,
an ant costume for
yeah.
$1 million. Thanks very much. Give me. Cheers.
Exactly.
And I think Malcolm did too many of those.
He did a lot.
But
Oh,
I don't think that character is as bad as what they make it.
yeah.
It's there's no history behind the character. So,
No.
and to have Kirk die at the hands of somebody who you only got introduced to an hour and 20 minutes beforehand is bad. which is why I'd have
Yeah.
preferred actually if Kirk would have died trying to save the Enterprise, because that sounds like Kirk. Kirk would have done anything to save the Enterprise. It'd have been flipping heck. He'd have got out and pushed it if the bloody engines didn't
Personally,
start.
I would have preferred that they hadn't made it and that 6 was the last one. But that's just my
Yeah, but like I
view.
said,
But you said it's a bridge film, and they were doing
it's
that.
a
But
bridge film, and the fans insisted.
yeah, I just think it was anyhow. We better move on. We've got quite a few comments. Oh, Michael again. RTD says that Ruby's mum being normal is based on The Last Jedi. He also said that not everything will have a satisfying conclusion. He's only doing these mysteries to get people to talk about. Oh,
One of two.
oh yeah, it's just below this one. The show. Um, don't surprise me that he's
Well, Russell T
doing.
Davis is a big thing about, if you're
Yeah,
talking about it, then I've done a good job. If you're
yeah.
not talking about it, then basically I've done a bad job.
And even if he's done a crap job, he'd rather not listen to people saying negative.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He just wants to know whether he's got another year's worth of money for his mortgage or not.
Well, they've already filmed one, isn't it? Already in the can, the second season.
Oh yeah, but what I'm talking about, he has turned around into the papers and said it's no guarantee that Doctor Who will survive. Well, we haven't started filming season 3. I've got the scripts written, but we're waiting on Disney now. If you're waiting on Disney, they might turn around and say you'll be waiting till halfway through this second season, then, because if nothing's changing, you're not going to have anything. Which means he'll be in a rush to get the 3rd season out. This is where I'm saying I hate it when they piggyback seasons without actually having one episode come out, because he can't change nothing.
No.
Doctor Who used to be filmed a year before, and then it was broadcast, and then they were filming while it was out, and while they were listening to what the critics were saying, they were filming the new one, and they could make changes to that season so that those were in there. You do 2 together and not even one's been broadcast, and you're basically asking to kill yourself, because you might have gone wrong with the very first episode and gone all the way through 12 episodes, right, of crap, based on the thing you think that the first one's a good one.
Yeah,
that's how I look at it. So, yeah.
Right. Let's go see. I think it's Doctor Who season 1 should have been called Doctor Who season crap. Yes, I kind of agree there. Michael's movie again says, Michael, Ruby hasn't left. She will show up in season 2. She was seen filming during the season 2 finale. Yeah, there we are. Stephen Taylor, how can you watch Doctor Who, Delboy? Last week you said you've cancelled your TV license.
Yeah, but you see, this is where I could go to prison, isn't it? Because if I was to tell you the truth, I did it, right? Then I could basically go. But actually, what I'll turn around is I'll tell you a lie. I went next door. The next door neighbour was showing it. So I sat down when I was having a chat about their geraniums in the garden. Doctor Who came on, and I sat and watched it with the lad next door. Total bollocks lie, because actually I downloaded it.
But
there you
go. Right. We'll move on. We don't want to get you into trouble. Cy Robson. Oh, yeah. Longlegs is a serial killer film. It has Buffalo Bill vibes from Silence of the Lambs. It has Nicolas Cage playing the killer. Well, that would be interesting. Anything Nicolas Cage.
Interesting what he's just said, doesn't he? No.
Yeah. Anything he does is always interesting, no matter what, even if it's bad.
I haven't got round to watching this Sting film yet.
Yeah. It's good. I love the Sting film. I think it's great.
Yeah.
So the way Del feels about a Doctor is the same as I do towards Star Wars. It's just not for me anymore. Yeah, and Star Wars. I've heard a lot of talk on the internet about this TV series. There's a new one in there, and nobody seems very complimentary about it at all. It's not at all. I don't know anything
It,
about. Do you know anything about this new
I,
series?
I, I think it's the healthy way to look at things is to turn around and say, look, things change, and if you don't like it, then basically they're not. You got to look at the demographic he's writing it for. Do you fit into that demographic? Because I'm reading Spider-Man comics, right, at the age of 53, right, but a comic book is really aimed at kids, and I'm looking at the stories and I'm going, Peter Parker's got a mobile phone in his hand. What bloody hell? When I was watching him, you know, you had to pay a payphone to actually phone home. There was no bloody mobile phones and all of that sort of stuff. What's all this crap? You know. And then you look at the stories where he was the Peter Parker was the unique photographer for photographing Spider-Man. Every bugger's got a camera in their phone these days. That wouldn't work, would it, in this day and era, would it? Because you can see this bloody bloke swinging around in New York. You're going to get caught being seen, aren't you? Because every bugger's got a phone in their hands with a camera in it. So, you know, you'd be on YouTube in 15 seconds, wouldn't you? So, yeah, things change. And I have to understand that a writer will come along and you can't keep writing about a character being in the past. You've got to turn around at some point and say, it's modern. And in modern ways, he would have a mobile phone. It might be strapped to his arm like a jogger would have. It might be sewn into his costume. He might just have to tap on his ear and he's talking to his arm, whatever. These back in my day, it was simpler. 60s, you know, we instantly took to the communicator in Star Trek. We didn't question it. Didn't question transporting in a transporter. We didn't question shuttlecrafts. We didn't question medical tricorders. We didn't question it, right. And here we are later on, and we've got MRI scanners, and we're going, yeah, it's a tricorder. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's modern science catching up with Star Trek. Same's happening with comic books. Same thing's happening with Star Wars. And if they want to write a Star Wars in a modern way, then let them. It's not for me. I like to have that futuristic feel where
I think Star Wars it's probably still got it's the Disney message that puts people off a lot. They just want the story. They don't want to feel that there's messages going on, you know, whatever it is about, you know, the usual stuff. It's too depressing to go on about. Really.
Yeah, but that's what we've been talking about in Doctor Who. But in regards to Star Wars, I think that they've just watered down the stories too much because they keep going back to the well.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And I use that term by choice, because what I mean by the well is they'll go back and they'll tell you a story of something that was going on at the same time as this was going on that you're familiar with in the film.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I'm sick of that because you're doing that for nostalgic reasons, for keeping the older audience while reciting a tale for the newer audience. And you're doing it just so that all the family can sit around and go, oh, I remember that was in the Return of the Jedi. That was reciting it. It's fan service, in a very bad way because it's slack writing.
Why
don't you just write a story?
Yeah, you repeat the same story, but water it down and just put these messages in, and you get nothing. You get something just not very interesting.
Yeah.
Let's have a look here. Still here, Del.
Yay!
Still here. Stephen Taylor, I have a question for Delboy. What do you think causes your fatigue? Is it just simply a lack of sleep?
The doctors explained it to me as my heart is not pumping efficiently enough and it's not spreading enough oxygen around my body. We all need oxygen. There is oxygenization in your blood. It goes round your body, and it's the bottom part of my heart that's blocked. So basically, I've got blood going through the top part of my heart, which is perfectly fine, and then it can't push it around the body fast because of the blockage. So in other words, I get tired quickly because I use all the oxygen up in my blood fast. So I basically just shut off when I get tired, just boom, like that. And of course, when they put a stent in that artery and it's opened up to the correct width and everything, and the clog is removed, then of course it will be firing blood out of my heart, of the same level that any 50-year-old person would be, which means that I should find that my stamina will be there. But I do know that I've had sleep apnea for quite some time. They do say that if you wake up in your sleep, that it's because your body recognized that you weren't breathing properly or whatever it was, and it gave you a wake up call. And I'm not exactly thin, and I have got a broken nose from when I was 25, and therefore I breathe through my mouth, and therefore if that dries up, then basically, because naturally, with your mouth open when you're sleeping, then I suppose basically I'm waking up every couple of hours, and that's not helping either. So I think it's a mixture of everything. Thank you so much for the question. I can only give you what my doctors told me and what the surgeon told me, and his answer of what is fatigue and what can cause fatigue, I think you'll find in there heart defects are part and parcel of fatigue, that they affect people with heart, people with heart defects. So I'm going to go along with what the surgeon said. There you
go. Okay.
Well, what's your opinion? What would you think causes fatigue?
Well, I think you've explained it all perfectly, and I'm just hoping that you are going to get enjoying your films and everything again once all this is done and sorted out, and that'll be great. It's a quality of life. It's going to make the quality of life so much better to be able to do things that you want to do, and that you can't say fairer than that. So I'm sure everybody just wants that for you, and hopefully that'll
that's nice of you. Thanks very much for that.
I think it's true. Right. Let's see what else have we got. Tony Hawk. I did enjoy Star Trek Nemesis, but I've always liked the Romulans as villains. Pity Star Trek Enterprise didn't get a further season depicting the Earth Romulan war. He's right there, that final season they did, season 4, was very good of the Enterprise. You just wanted more, and unfortunately
they ended it, didn't they, by having
a really bad episode. They ended it.
They had Riker or someone thinking it was a holographic story. And that was the Tales of the Enterprise, was it?
They realised now it was a mistake. It was totally wrong. But it got cancelled. I mean, what can they do? They could have done a better ending, but there we are. I'd like to have seen that develop, because I thought the writing was really getting going. It was some really good stories in Enterprise.
I remember my friend Martin, who sadly left us now, saying, you got to watch Enterprise. It's getting really exciting. And I said, what do you mean? He said, there's this weapon and it's burning a bloody great big line in the whole of the Earth. And there's apparently this weapon's is being developed at the moment. They're all going out there trying to find it and everything. And they've got a ship that doesn't even have lasers. How they're supposed to bloody do something against this weapon that can bloody burn a hole all the way through the planet? I don't know. And I went, it sounds good. I'll have to look into that. That's how that came about.
That was the Xindi. Was it called the Xindi?
Yeah, that was it. That's what they were. Yeah.
That was the 3rd season, because the writer said they wrote that as a response to 9/11. they wanted their kind of 9/11 story,
Yeah.
and it was good. It brought it. It made the series from being sort of just okay. It suddenly took off. There's really good writing and
But there was
characters
all,
and
if
everything.
I remember rightly, there was stories in it that I didn't quite understand, probably because I wasn't watching it week by week. They were time travel ones where the people from the future were telling them that you
Yeah.
can't do this and that you're breaking all sorts of time laws and all of this sort of stuff. And that's not how it happened. And you need to do this and that. I believe there was one episode that was a cliffhanger where you saw the whole of the earth was just decimated or something. And it all happened because of something that he'd changed in the past or something. I don't know whether that was the cliffhanger of one season that started the next season.
Yeah.
Some time story.
I think as well the Zindi were a collective, weren't they, of different
Something
kind of
like that.
people together. They weren't just one particular alien, but they came under this umbrella of being called Zindi. I've only seen it once when it came out.
I've got them all on Blu-ray. I've got them all on Blu-ray.
I've got it on Blu-ray, and I haven't watched it. I should. It's something I should watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
definitely.
something else. I'll tell you what, I mean, I bought this week in the charity shop. No, bought it today in the charity shop. I bought 4 seasons of The Tudors.
Oh, great
On
series.
DVD. They were £1
Yeah.
each. Season 1, season 2, season 3, season 4, DVD.
Fantastic. How much did that cost?
£4 for all 4
Wow.
seasons.
Brilliant.
Now,
Bargain.
I remember the first season of The Tudors because it had Sam Neill in it.
Yes. Yeah.
And I went to myself, I've got all of these digital, but I got them, I could have them on Blu-ray. If I really, really liked it, I should be buying the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
But I thought to myself, these are £1. Oh, I'll get them.
Yeah, you've got to take them. £1.
So I spent £4 today and bought that.
Brilliant. Absolute bargain. I love it. I love a bargain. Right. Oh, hello. It's Mer. She says, "Hi, Ian. Hello. Hello. Yes.
I don't know that person as well as you.
Oh, I know her very well. Yeah. She's great. Fantastic. Cy Robson, with all the talk about Star Trek, what are your thoughts on the J.J. Abrams films and what he did with altering the history of the original timeline?" Now, I think Delboy's probably got some interesting thoughts maybe on this.
When I knew that it was happening, I actually applauded and clapped that he wasn't hiding behind something when he said it's an alternative universe. So I went, great. You're not going to destroy my vision of what Captain Kirk is. It's an alternative Captain Kirk. It's a totally different timeline. It's got similarities with it. I thought that was genius. I thought, great. At least you're telling us right from the start what to expect. And I went to see the first one at an IMAX cinema. And I was impressed. But I tell you what, the one thing that ruined it all, and I think everybody says exactly the same thing, looking back historically at it, it was all this lens flare crap. Everything looked bloody bright, light. Every time you look left and right, a pole or something would have a bright light sticking on it. It would be behind people's heads and blow them out of focus and all sorts of stuff. It was bloody awful. I don't think, though, even though it was in a new timeline, I could never look at it like the old series. I did not see him as Captain Kirk. I did not see Quentin, whatever his name is, as Spock. I thought there's a likeness there, but they're not acting in the way that the fun one was Bones. He's the likable one. I thought now he does remind me of what Bones might have looked like when he was a young lad. Because Bones to me was always old. He's got that old face. You know what I mean? He looks like he's been in 50 westerns. You know what I mean? So the only thing I will say about J.J. Abrams, it wasn't pretentious. It didn't try to be something that it's not. And I do think that he tried his very best to bring something along that was entertaining, that had snippets of the original series, but he carried that too far. And the reason he carried the way that I'm talking about when it comes to did he take things too far was he did the whole of Star Trek 2 in one film, and Star Trek 2 is far superior than J.J. Abrams' bloody version of it. Awful. Khan is not permanent, Cumberbatch is not Khan, I can tell you that now. You should have just made a new story. You know what I mean? You shouldn't have gone back to the well, tried to do a total reenactment, only this time Kirk died, not Spock, and all of this sort of stuff. Nonsense. If you're going to do a new timeline, think of a different story that we haven't seen already, because it would please us more than reenacting something that's only just been done as a film. You know what I mean? That's my end of my rant, really, with J.J. Abrams' timeline with the Star Trek films. Yours, Ian? You go definitely quiet when I'm talking. It's almost.
No, I was just listening. I was just thinking about. It's interesting. I've bought them on 4K, I think.
Yeah, I've got them on 4K,
and I've not played them. That's interesting, isn't it? I've not actually played them, and I think that reflects.
Well, have you ever seen them?
What I feel about them. I've seen them once. I enjoyed them, but I think it was that's it. I don't know whether that's a really damning thing. I enjoyed them. It is kind of. I think the actors were good in what they did and what they brought to the role, but there's a but there, isn't there? It's just enjoyable, but it's not Star Trek as we know it.
Did you go into watching the first one knowing that it's not Star Trek? It's actually a different timeline.
I just took it.
Can you remember when you were looking at it? Did you forgive it because they actually told you right from the start this is not the Star Trek that you
also, I think seeing Leonard Nimoy is always a big up, and seeing him, I love just seeing him. I just love whatever he does, and I thought it was nice they did that little tribute to him. Was it in the third film? Because he died, hadn't he, by the time they'd done the third film. And that was nice. That was a nice touch. But in a way, the connection with the original series, he still doesn't quite feel right. I don't know. Something it's hard to put my finger on it, but the fact is that I can't be as enthused by it because I've not gone back and watched them. Maybe I should. Maybe it's something I should. But if I'm looking at what shall I watch? Some Star Trek. It's not a go to. I'll go and watch one of other Star Trek films. I'd rather watch. It's funny. I'd watch Star Trek 5 more than these.
Yeah.
And that maybe reflects their love of the original Star Trek and Next Generation as well. I know I've still got a love for the Next Generation, really, but not the original is always there at the top. So to get back to your question, the J.J. Abrams films, I wasn't bothered about the altering of the timeline because ultimately I wasn't as bothered about the films. I just saw them as entertainment.
And that's what I was trying to get at, Ian. There is no altering of a timeline because it's a totally different universe.
I just, that was it.
No, you know what I mean? You know where you were saying, I like the Next Generation and never thought, I didn't think that they were altering the timeline. That's because it's a continuation. It is the same universe. It's the same timeline. The reason I didn't get upset about J.J. Abrams is he told you right at the very beginning, this isn't even the same universe.
Yeah.
It is a totally different Kirk. It is a totally different Spock. I let it go that Leonard Nimoy was in it because he created that universe by flying some sort of ship
Yeah,
that reached something, and it
they
created
did
this.
do that sort of stuff. Yeah,
I said, "Well, there you are. You've given us this story. We've got
yeah,
new characters that are written just like sort of like the old one."
yeah,
They upset me when they tried to do the Wrath of Khan in this new
yeah.
universe.
But it wasn't, was it?
I
It
would have
was.
preferred it that they would have done something like the Doomsday Machine or a Mock Time in this new
Yeah, something
universe.
different. Yeah.
Something that would have been
Yes.
familiar to us but not seen, because the
Yeah.
Wrath of Khan is a film.
Yeah.
You're touching,
Exactly.
you're,
It was
you're
like
touching, you're
he was
touching on
watching the
something that's
film.
already,
Every
yeah,
Star
you're
Trek
touching,
was the film. It
yeah.
wasn't the series.
Yeah,
He
so what I was
wasn't
trying to get
thinking
at was is
series.
you're touching upon something that's already been done in a cinematic way.
Yeah.
The reason Wrath of Khan worked is because it was done on the TV and then turned into a cinematic episode.
Yeah.
If J.J. Abrams would have done the similar thing for its second film, done something like a Mock Time, Doomsday Machine,
Yeah.
All Our Yesterdays, whatever it is,
Yeah.
right? City at the Edge of the World,
Yeah.
whatever, we would have still had that nostalgia, and
Yeah.
we'd have been seeing the new characters do what they were doing with the motion pictures. They did something that they should never have done, and that is gone back to the well about something that was only written a couple of about
Yeah.
20 years earlier, and it was done so well at the cinema, and so it's got such iconic lines
Yeah.
that going back to that is sullying
Yeah.
its history. So no, I fell out with it with the second film.
I don't think they're
The third
terrible
film,
films.
the
They're
third
not
film,
terrible films.
well, I was going to
Yeah,
say
I can think of a lot worse.
the
But
third film to
but
me,
that's it.
Ian, the third film to me redeemed itself because again, this one had Alba, I think, in it this time.
Yes.
It was
Yeah,
a
it
new
did. Yeah.
story. It was called Star Trek Beyond,
Yeah.
if I remember rightly,
Yeah.
and and therefore it made more sense to me than the second film ever did.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't
I,
like I don't like them. The only thing that they've done is basically made it so that Kirk died and Spock didn't, and all of this, all that crap. No bollocks.
yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, we'll move on to the next one then. Oh, it's Mondo Chelovic Movies. Hello, John. Hello. Well, here he goes. He does his royalty thing. Yes. Right. So,
party
hi
on,
there.
Mondo, party on. Mondo.
I was in HMV the other day and saw Hancock's Half Hour on DVD. It was picking up. Is it complete and good quality? Have you got it, Delboy?
It's not complete. Can't be complete because you've only got audio recordings of certain ones, unless they've animated them.
No, they wouldn't have done that.
Hancock's Half Hour.
It wasn't like the quality. What is there?
Oh, the quality shouldn't be too bad because, if I remember rightly, even only last year they've colorized 2 episodes.
Yeah,
they did the Blood Donor, didn't they? And one other.
I've got a best
them.
of, and just one. It's got about 6 episodes on it. Maybe it's a best of, and the quality is not too bad. As I remember,
Hancock's Half Hour works.
Yeah.
If you're happy to have a set of DVDs along with a set of audio tapes or CDs, right? Because it was a radio play. It worked on the radio. A lot of the stuff that was on the radio was turned into episodes. But what you have to remember is, just like Doctor Who and everything, the BBC junked episodes.
They did,
There are junking of Hancock's half-hour episodes. And as far as I know, they're animating Dad's Army at the moment. They haven't got round to animating Hancock's Half Hour, but they did spend money on its anniversary by colorizing 2 episodes, and they didn't do too bad a job. But the only way you're going to have a complete set of anything is a complete set of what everybody's got, which will be what is remaining as recordings that you can actually put on DVD, and what you can have recordings of in regards to the audio that was done on the radio.
Yeah.
But you will have to buy both if you want to have
Yeah.
a complete collection. And if you're only buying the episodes that were on TV, then some bright spark will come up to you at one day and go, "Oh, have you got the radio ones? Oh, did you know that the script for the episode that was done that was junked was actually on the radio? You can get the radio version of that and all of this." You'll have people talking like that to you for the rest of your life. And you just go, you might as well just turn around and say, "Yeah, I've got the audio ones as well."
And I'd like to mention, for Carry On fans, of course, Sidney James.
Of
You know, yeah, it's you know, because Sidney James was in quite a few places, wasn't he? Before the Carry On films and all over. He's in some sci-fi film. Is it? Which one is it? Where he's a reporter.
Sid James?
Yeah.
Was in a sci-fi
film in a straight role as a reporter. Which one is it?
Don't you mean he was on Earth? Yeah, I was going to say, don't you mean he was actually a reporter in a science fiction film, which is more to do with
he's playing the role of a reporter,
creature of the month more than anything.
Yeah, I just remember him being in that.
Because he came over from Australia and played a lot of heavies, didn't he? But when he first came over,
yeah.
He played more gang roles.
Yeah,
people who are in gang.
So to answer your question, we don't.
No, I've given my answer. What's your answer?
Well, I don't know. I haven't. All I've got to go on is this best of, and you know, the quality was DVD quality. It may not be as good as some of the later stuff, you know, that the BBC did, because this is, you know, we got to think of the time period. But it wasn't terrible. I don't think the quality.
Oh, the quality! I can tell you now. The quality, I think, is pretty good.
Yeah,
it's like watching Doctor Who's William Hartnell episodes on DVD.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, to say it's equivalent of watching black and white Doctor Who, isn't it? Yeah,
it does look like 16mm film.
Yeah,
it does look black and white.
Yeah,
etc. etc.
Yeah,
you just have to understand it is of its time. It's just that I'm looking at it from a point of view of a collector. And from a collector's point of view, you get hooked on something and then you go, I need to have everything about it, right? And when you start going into Hancock, you will be spending money left, right, and center because you'll be buying the lost scripts.
I don't think
the autobiography of Hancock. There will be his last film, The Punch and Judy Man, or whatever it was. There will be everything, and all of this started because you asked a question: is Hancock's half-hour good on TV? Right, and that's what I'm talking about when it comes to the danger of being a collector.
I don't think the BBC will have spent the money like they have done with Doctor Who on restoring the quality and remastering them. Whereas, you know, as we know with Doctor Who, there was a special team of restorers doing that. I
had a friend who was so into John Pertwee that he travelled around the country getting lost episodes of the Navy Lark.
The Navy
Lark. Now, all I'm saying to you is it's a very dangerous game because Hancock was, in fact, actually the first season of Hancock apparently wasn't very good. It was the radio stuff that kept it going, and then they turned the radio ones into actual classic episodes. And those ones stay in the mind because the visual element to it. Right? When you were listening to them on the radio, it was like a comedy half hour with a laugh track. And have you ever tried to listen to Hancock half hour with no video? Do that. Because that's what the audio is like. It's almost like going to bed, watching Only Fools and Horses and turning the telly off and all you can hear is the sound, right? In your head, you can picture what's going on because you've seen it that many times, right?
Yeah.
That's what Hancock's half hour is.
Yeah.
So the
I
picture of
remember
that's
having on record Faulty
yeah,
Towers, the episodes on record, and because there was no video recordings of them, and yeah, well, Monty Python did it as well, didn't they? Monty Python.
And I'll tell you what, those audio recordings work.
Yeah.
I got great enjoyment listening to Faulty Towers. I think it was
Yeah,
Basil
I
the
did.
Rat. It was Basil the Rat.
That's right. The Builders.
The
I remember
Germans,
the Builders. Basil the Rat. I don't know what the other one was.
I think it was the Germans, but I'm not sure. But all I'm saying is, you'd seen them so many times that you listen to it, you just remember what's going on. I can picture it. You didn't need someone coming on and saying, and Basil walked across from one side.
No,
of the
you didn't need any of that. Nothing. Yeah.
When there was a gap and there was no audio or anything, you knew exactly what was going on. He was doing his funny walk or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? You knew it.
It just shows you the quality of those scripts, I think, as well. The scripts were such a high standard.
It was all about the scripts, isn't it?
They were fantastic scripts. Right. Hopefully that might have answered your question, but I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I'm just going to turn around and say to him, go for it if it's cheap enough.
Yeah.
But it's just that if you do get too excited about it, it's going to cost you a bloody fortune.
Michael says, I finally found the name of a film I remember watching in secondary school, high school for everyone else, from the 70s, called Our Day Out, about a school trip. It's on YouTube. Shame no DVD exists. Oh.
Is Michael in the UK? Is that an American?
He's Ireland. Yeah.
I ain't going to remember that.
No. Actually, he might have been interested in your Flight of the Doves, actually. Because that's set in Ireland.
I read out your review of it. But did you want to? But I asked everybody here.
Yeah. The Flight of the Doves.
I asked everybody here to go and watch it. I don't know if anybody did.
Yeah.
I think I got the impression you liked it. You said,
and that's set in Ireland,
and it entertains me.
It's
what stood out to you about it? I mean, to me, Ron Moody stood out. I mean, he had characters, and he had a side. And I told you, he was dressed up as a tramp, and he was really sinister.
It is actually he makes the film actually. I think more than the other one, the other lad, Jack Wilde. Is it? Oh yeah,
Jack Wilde is.
I think Ron Moody's better in that.
Willie Rushton is the abusive.
Yeah, he's all right. Yeah.
He's the abusive uncle.
Yeah.
You said that you really liked it when they came across the gypsies, which they called tinkers.
Yes, of course.
Which is the correct language to use, really. They were tinkers.
Yeah.
Not gypsies.
Yeah.
And she was talking about the far off place and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah, that bit was quite good. I like that. Yeah.
To me, it was all about how two kids back then ran away and managed to get on a boat and get across, and then started to go across the whole of Ireland looking for their granny. By a picture, all they've got is a picture. They got no address. Right? When my mind was blown back then, because when I left the house, but the first thing my mum says, don't cross the street. Unless I'm about, don't cross the street because I don't want you getting run over by the cars, right? These two kids, they're running for their life. They're getting on boats and things. I'm not even allowed to cross over the street at their bloody age. So my mind is instantly going about how daring they were. I loved Ron Moody. I thought, what a character.
Yeah, I think he made it.
I fell in love with the music. I think first of all, it was just from the very beginning. There's this lovely sweeping string section, and then suddenly you see these doves flung out from somewhere, and you see the title Flight of the Doves, and it plays this nice piano piece. Now, to me, that's gorgeous. That's the perfect way to open this. Because it was nasty, wasn't it? Really rushed and said, pick up all this stuff, girl, and put it all in the fire. You know, I don't
Yeah,
like the
it
dirty
was.
house.
It
There's
was.
people crying and everything.
It, it was very nasty.
Be brutal
Yeah,
for me
yeah,
as a kid to
yeah,
watch this.
yeah,
You know what I
yeah,
mean? I
yeah,
mean, I've seen children's episodes before where they said, if you don't go upstairs, I'm going to belt you one, and you
yeah,
sort of understood what belt you one would feel like, probably because you've had your
yeah,
in my years, I had my knuckles wrapped with a wooden spoon or a ruler on
yeah,
times, right? So I know what the belt meant, right? But this guy was just nasty,
yeah,
in a verbal way, and he did it to a
yeah,
girl,
yeah,
and he couldn't even let her keep the little cows and things, that were
yeah,
3 times bigger than the house. You know,
yeah.
everything had to be chucked on the fire. And I was thinking to
Yeah,
myself,
that is,
you've
yeah,
even made them put the postcard in the bloody fire.
yeah.
I mean, how hard is it for him to keep a little keepsake like a card? Oh yeah, you're a nasty bastard,
It
Willie.
was, it
I
was.
really don't like you.
Yeah,
You're really bad. So I thought it was great,
yeah.
and you said yourself you can buy that now for what, $5.99? You
Yeah,
said,
it was on DVD.
yeah.
Right.
I've still got the DVD of it. So
Um, Michael, I have this is Tony York. Michael, I have Our Day Out on DVD, assuming we're talking about the same production. This is a play by Willie Russell about a school trip from Liverpool to Wales. Well, it could be, I don't know.
I've seen a lot of Willie Russell stuff, but I don't remember that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
I mean, he's obviously good at
Yeah.
plays, isn't he? Really.
If it's still available, Michael, have a look, see if it is that one. I'm sure you could check it out and see if it is. It may not be, but it could be. Yeah.
Oh, did you tell them? We haven't told them, have they? My biggest upset this week. 2 things. One of them, King Kong, sold out in 15 minutes yesterday. Bloody hell! What we're talking about a film like nearly 20 years ago, and it sold out because there's only 2,000 copies. That really pissed me off. And then the other one is that I haven't got the film Get Out. And I really want that now, but if I want it in Steelbook, it's going to cost me £89.99, which I am prepared to buy. So if you're
You have to
upset,
buy the normal copy.
if you're upset, guys and girls,
Yeah,
think about how bad my week's going at the
yeah.
moment. 2 things
But
one got sold out, and the other one's going to cost me 90 quid.
what you need to do is get out, buy it in a 4K like us mere mortals do.
Ah, that's £14.95 without a slipcase. No, we've got to have it
Because
on
it's
Steelbook.
all about the film.
I know, but I want it in Steelbook. Not fair.
Yes. And the next one, let's have a look. Michael's movie corner. Tony, I think we are, but I've seen the movie version, not the play version. Oh, all right. Stephen Taylor, have either of you watched Dune 2 yet? Yeah, I've watched it. I thought it was better than the first one,
Yeah,
and a very enjoyable watch. Totally agree.
all of that. Just totally agree with it. So that you can carry on with that one if you want to elaborate. But I'm in agreement with every word that was there.
He's trying to move me on quick here. Michael, when was the movie made? Never knew there was one. The play is from 1977. Okay. Tony, same year, 1977. It's on YouTube in full. Oh well, that's good. Star Trek's Nemesis was the first Star Trek movie I'd seen before I became a Trek fan. I was 3 or 4 at the time. Wow, that was 3 or 4. That's pretty good to see a Star Trek film at that age.
It's what I've always said, though, Ian. Stan Lee made an important line at conventions. He turned around and said, "When I was writing comics," he said, "I have to write a comic in a way that it's the first time you've ever picked up the book.
Yeah.
So there will be people that have got issues from 1 to 48. But I
Yeah.
have to write issue 48 like it was the first book you've ever picked up, and without knowing anything about it, which is why you'll see so many recaps in our books, because people won't know the history of how he turned into a Spider-Man and all of this sort of stuff. You've got to keep in the dialogue some reference to it, even though it's so boring for the people that are following the story from the very beginning. So when somebody turns around and said, "Hey, look, Star Trek Nemesis is not that bad. In fact, it was the first film I saw, and I actually think it's really good," and I'm turning around and saying to you, that is exactly how you want to be, and be healthy with that, because you don't want to hear what other people say about it. You don't really want to know retrospectively either. If that was the first film, that to you is your benchmark on how all the others are going to be, regardless of what came before it, after it, or whatever, right? And that's unique to you as well. Yeah, that is unique, because for somebody else, the benchmark would have been the Wrath of Khan. To somebody else, the benchmark would be the J. Abrams version of Star Trek, and that all this other stuff is all just nonsense, because I only recognize these people. Who's this William Shatner who played Kirk? It's nowhere near like Pine here. He's bloody brilliant. He is. Look how old he is. Look, this old wrinkly fellow. He's about 90 something now, isn't he? Crap. That is a reference point, and you have to look at it and go, full play to you. Because that to you is your unique stance. Don't let anybody take that away from you.
Yeah. And Michael says, the Temporal Cold War, Del, that's what you're referring to.
It was an end of season one and a start of another, and it was all to do with some time travel-y thingy.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I went, wow, this is quite weird, but I'm not really into the time. It didn't gel with me as much as that all-powerful weapon that was scorching a bloody line all the way through all these cities and stuff. That's what to me was like, wow, now there's a story. Oh, I've got to find out about this.
Now Tony says, Zindi had reptiles, insects, amphibians, and humanoids. That's it. Yeah, I knew there was a mixture. Tony says, I got the Tudors, Del, as a complete DVD box set. Took a long time to get through it all, but very enjoyable.
I like Henry VIII, you see.
Yeah. Well,
so I'm a sucker for all of this history stuff.
And Michael says, I love the Kelvin Trek, even Into the Darkness, though Star Trek 09 and beyond are the best ones.
Yeah, the Kelvin Trek is the Abrahams line.
Because I know, do you know how old Michael is? I know he's about 26, I think, something like that. I could even be younger, slightly younger, but I know he's around about that age.
He's a young whippersnapper.
That reflects what you see at, your particular age.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Tony says, I've seen the Abrams films, enjoyable, but still prefer the original series. Yeah,
and that's right. And the healthy way of looking at it is, don't think of it as anything to do with the original Star Trek. Think of it as a bubble in another universe and another way of watching Star Trek, and you'll get enjoyment out of it, because you can then turn around and say, I love the originals. I've watched this alternative take. That was quite enjoyable.
Yeah.
Right? That's how you want to look at it.
And I think it's healthy for fandom as well, because I'm not a massive Star Wars fan, and a lot of people are. But I've seen in the Star Wars people, they get very angry with each other about the films and what have you, which is best. Especially is it these later films, the last 3 or so that they've had. People seem to get very angry. Now, surely you're in there to enjoy, your films, and you have to just take them as they are. I know what there's various issues involved, but I don't understand why you get so angry about these things. Just let it go. Just move on. That's just my view of it. Or, what's the point in getting angry about a film in the end?
By the way, I still can't get over the fact that royalty like Mondo, Mondo Chelovic is in the room chatting to us. I still can't get over it.
Yeah, fantastic, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, it's brilliant. Yeah, I look forward to it. It's like, is he going to
got Marvin coming up soon?
Is he going to
and Michael says, also going to flex that I have a signed copy of I Am Spock by Leonard Nimoy. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
What a wonderful thing to have, a signed copy. Brilliant. Absolutely.
It's such a sad tale to hear about his son, because his son went into alcoholism and fell out with his dad for years and years and years.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know.
I think they made themselves up towards the end. But I don't think his dad was pleased with him and contradicted him an awful lot and didn't like to show affection in public. But like a father and a son show affection. But yeah, I haven't read I Am Spock, but I need to do so. I've read a number of books through the years, but I haven't actually read that one. No.
My impression of him is that he was a really good human being. Obviously, everybody's got various things, but he seemed to have something about him as a person. Because I'm going by what the cast members said about him, how he wasn't aloof from them, and he was kind of had this sort of more caring attitude to them as human beings, and I think that is really good, because he was on about pay as well and all these other issues, and it's very.
I was more interested in later on. When there were big years between each Star Trek film, I was more interested in what's this photography that he keeps going on about. And then they did a documentary or something, and they showed some of his photography off. Apparently, he did art photography.
Right, yeah.
All this sort of stuff, always in black and white, and all of this sort of stuff. And that's why I'd like to read the book, because I'd like to know more about where that came from. Was he into photography when he was doing Star Trek then? Is it something that he did later on because he had money to buy cameras and then start doing all of that? I know he had a studio, all sorts of stuff. But I'd like to know more about that side of him.
And he also, I'm sure this, I read this somewhere, that he invented the famous, the V thing, the Vulcan greeting. And he said it was based on some Jewish religious symbolism.
Yeah, it's a welcome thing. It's when you're blessing the communion. You hold your hand out like this and you bless.
He's obviously took a lot of the part very seriously, looking at it as a whole.
I think he told the tale. He said you weren't supposed to look at the rabbi doing the blessing, which means because you were supposed to have your head down.
Yeah,
and he broke the rules and looked up and saw the guy doing this, and he just remembered what the.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that was the story behind that.
I think you're right. I just remember him. I was just impressed by him when he was talking about him, because it was like he cared about his character. It wasn't just just doing the script. He was thinking a lot about his character, and I think that says a lot about him.
I like the way that he worked with actors, because I believe he did a story as well where he was talking about the Vulcan nerve pinch. And he said that wouldn't have worked if it weren't for the fact that people around me would also have to react for me doing it. So it doesn't work if you just pinch someone and they fall to the ground. They have to go like this, to make it effective, because it's like, oh, right, you suddenly got down on the floor, right? So that's really good, because he worked therefore with people and said, oh, this is how you need to react when you do this and all of that. Certain things, though, didn't make sense to me. This mind melding thing, because he'd mind meld with a robot, and I'd go, "How can you mind meld with a bloody robot? It's got no flesh bits in it. What's this nonsense? There's no. He's putting his fingers on a metal casing.
Yeah.
So how does he go through metal?
But yeah, you have to just forget that logic and just
I know.
take a leap of faith. That's what I do.
I really love episodes where the monster is some sort of like rock monster that's leaving eggs around.
I think one of my
but don't like it when he's talking to someone like Nomad, which is some sort of like robot that's basically got nothing in it whatsoever. But that makes no bloody sense.
I tend to watch films or things and story, and it's a different. It's my mind how it is. I just accept things as they are. I don't inquire too much and start picking things, because I find if you start picking things up, sometimes you might lose your enjoyment of these things and get too picky and whatever. So I just tend to let things go, and I just cool. Don't matter to me. I don't think about the logic side, but say not everybody's like that.
No,
it's like in horror, as I said, with horror films, everybody knows that people are going to do certain things. It's almost like the rules, as it said, almost like in Scream, and we still love them, even though we know it's stupid. You would do. If it was in a real situation, you wouldn't do those things. You would run a mile away, but somebody has to go back.
I suppose what I'm trying to get across is that I let anything go back as a kid.
Yeah.
But even when I looked at things and I let anything go as a kid, the mind meld thing didn't always work with me. Now I just took it at face value, right?
Yeah.
Spock has to go back somewhere every 7 years because he's like a salmon. Right, and he has to go back to Vulcan, right, because he's got some sort of like itch to reproduce or something, right? Took that on board. He knows everything about physiology and all of that sort of stuff. So of course he knows nerve endings of humans. So of course he can neck pinch, not a problem. But it's just that the certain stuff like mind melding with a robot that hasn't even got a human brain. That I just turned around and went, "I'm sorry, but that don't work for me."
It wouldn't have bothered me at all.
Because you mentioned the word bother, I think you think it bothered me. It didn't bother me. It was just I'm going, that don't work to me in the story. What I'm trying to get is I like it. It's got my favorite character, Spock, in it, and he's doing weird things and all of that sort of thing, right? But what I'm trying to say is there are certain things about Vulcans that I think, you know what, you could have not brought that into his character. You'd have gotten away with it, and in fact, I'd have probably have appreciated it more. I don't think Spock is an empath. I don't think he can mind read. I don't think all sorts of stuff. Right? They could have written it in.
Yeah.
Right? It's almost like he could walk into a room and he knew exactly that you were telling a lie or something because he's got sort of empathic powers. It was the same with Deanna Troi in The Next Generation. It was how far away are you from this planet? And you could tell that he's telling a lie because you've got empathic things. He's 6,000-7,000 miles from you, love.
Oh, that's all right.
You're seeing a picture on a screen, love. You're not there. How the hell did you pick up the he's definitely telling you lies. I can feel in his brain that he's hiding something from you. He's 8,000 miles from you, love. There's no bloody way.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What I'm saying is, I didn't care. It's Star Trek. I didn't care. But what I'm saying is there are certain things where you got to turn around and say you got to snigger at this, right? Because I tell you what, you don't want this person to bloody enter your brain, because I tell you what, she'll know every time that you've been for
everything.
Where you've been behind the bike sheds and you've had or something. She knows everything. You don't want to go out with her. Bloody hell. You could be 8,000 miles away and she knows where you That's all I kept thinking in there. Saying there, she might be beautiful and everything, but this last knows that I'm telling lies. That's it. I wouldn't go out
there. Right. Here we are, Mondo Cello movies. John again. My granddad used to have an album with 2 episodes of Hancock.
Yeah,
So I'm really used to hearing the audio. Yeah. I actually heard the series long before I knew it was a TV series.
yeah.
Thanks for the info. Yeah,
Just like
yeah,
Faulty Towers, where you were talking about there were 2 episodes,
yeah,
one on each side.
yeah,
That's how they did the Hancock ones.
yeah.
I don't know how many they did, but I can see the albums now. They like brownish covers with Hancock's half hour sort of like written on them, and they would have been. Definitely, there was the blood donor. I know that.
Oh,
That,
that was the one that you
that was
knew, the blood
them.
donor,
Um,
and the ham radio one, the
yeah,
one where he's on there
that would
doing the
that would have been
radio.
that one, because you know it will work as an audio only, because you're hearing
Yeah,
broadcasts over radio anyway,
yeah,
so you know that's
yeah,
going to work as an
exactly.
audio
Yeah,
thing. So
yeah. Uh, and Tony says, I haven't got round to seeing them yet, but I have the 2 Hancock films on network. Yeah, you mentioned the Rebel 1961 and the Punch and Judy Man 1963. I think I've still seen that on eBay, or maybe even it must be getting pretty rare though. But I think it still might be around that.
I've got the Punch and Judy Man on
Yeah,
DVD.
yeah,
That's the one that I remember the most. And it's
yeah,
probably the one that most people will remember the most, because I think there was a backstory behind that where he went to New York and he did this film, and it
yeah,
was really, really funny, but it's got a dark undertone. And when he came back and it was
yeah,
shown, it wasn't Hancock, so it failed and flopped, even
yeah,
though it actually was done by a fantastic director. If I remember right, I can't remember who the
yeah,
director is, but I believe that was the story, and it hurt him so much that I think he did
yeah.
go into suicidal tendencies then, and I think it
When
weren't
did
very
he
long.
die? Was it mid 60s?
Yeah, it wasn't long after the Punch and Judy Man, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Within about 2 years.
Okay.
I know that alcohol and everything was all
Yeah.
in then, and
Yeah.
I think it really Sid James really suffered when that happened.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Okay. Stephen Taylor, do you agree with the saying, school days are the best days of our lives? If not, what was your best time? That's a good question, isn't it? Yeah, you do hear that saying, don't you? People saying school days are best days of our lives. Uh, I would say, this is just my personal sort of idea, is that school days are only part of that childhood experience. Childhood experience is quite big, really, in its world. You have got the school, you've got the friends, but then you've got your home life with your family, and particularly if you've got another brother or sister. I had a brother. That is an important part as well, because you're quite close to them, as I was with my brother, and he was older and had an influence, I think, over me. But then I look at the other things, the interests like of my dad and the way he was, and to me, they were a great period of discovery and learning lots of new things. It was an exciting period, and for me personally, I was all over using my imagination, reading as much as I could. Even at a younger age, I was reading, the Ladybird books. Even they were a massive influence on me.
well, they just I love Lady Bird
Yeah,
book.
and even some. I'm not a big comic fan, but comics did have an influence. But it wasn't the American comics.
Yeah, yours was
Like,
Wizard, Dan
yes,
Dare, and that. Yeah.
yeah, and magazines, even at a very early age. I was always interested in magazines, and I remember when I started collecting stamps, I was straight, I've got to have a magazine to find out a bit more from that. And I was always like that. I'd be jumping in with interest, as happened with music eventually. But yeah, so school days for me were good. I enjoyed my school time very much. I learned a lot at school. I had some good teachers. There were some bad teachers, but I would say um, some parts of the junior school era I didn't like because we would it was divided into A, B, and C, and those in A, the headmaster, when we were about 10, would take over the class and start coaching us for the 11 plus. And I hated doing that. I hated it because it disrupted you from the thing. And all he was obviously interested was, and I felt it was unfair then, that we had an idea what the 11 plus was going to be like. Whereas those in the lower classes, they were just given the 11 plus. They'd never seen it before, had no coaching. They were bound not to do very well in it. And it really, I thought it was terrible that what he was doing, and I really didn't like it. And plus, he was disrupting my normal lessons and things that I enjoyed, like all, history, geography, and all this sort of stuff. And we had him. This was at junior school, and I really didn't like that. And I didn't approve at 11 plus even then. Though I passed the blooming thing. I had 1 year at the grammar school, and then we got into comprehensive. But so school days were just part really of my life. I mean, and you made friends, and I was playing football. I used to play football, but that's more the junior school. It changes when I went to the bigger school. Once I got into the grammar school, and then it became comprehensive, things were different then, and you kind of discovered girls as well. Whereas before, girls were in the class, you didn't really know. Well, maybe in the last year or so, maybe, or maybe two, you did notice girls a bit, but it all took off when you were a bit older. And school it's a different, there's a more, I don't know, I'm going on a bit here, but it's just, I don't think that statement is true. I think it's extended in all areas of my life. I'm sorry I've answered as best as I could. And yeah, that's it. Delboy, what do you think?
Bloody hell, can I have a go now? Jesus Christ, I had my clock on again, right? 15
I bet you did.
minutes.
Yeah.
15 bleeding minutes
Well,
talking about
I wanted to
football. Jesus, because you threw the kitchen sink in there.
It was a good question.
I've not heard that question there's about 16 words there, and you took it to 16 minutes to answer it. What the hell?
It was a good question. It was a good question.
Was it bollocks? Right, here's the answer. Right.
Sorry.
No.
Look.
No. Thank you for the introduction to your autobiography, and that was really exciting. My answer to it is I think that's the most. It's the most one of those lines that is absolute rubbish that we actually interpret in different ways ourselves. I interpret that as being the years of when I was going to school as being the best times of my life, not actually the school days itself, because I hated school. But everything around school, those years when I went to school and the years that I left school, everything that went on in those years, best times of my life. Because we're talking 1976 to 1985. And I can tell you now, that was a year of growth. Absolute year of growth. I learned pop music, learned about computers, the films that were going on, all of that stuff. I was going from a little lad to a bloke that was going into the world to work. So I was learning about money and everything. To me, take the school part out of it, and I was happy as Larry. Everything on TV was great. Every film I was watching was great. All the lads that I was playing out with were great. Every board game that came out each year was great. Every electronic toy that came out was great. You know, if it rained, I knew that I had something to do. You know what I mean? I can't. I must have said at some point to my parents or whatever it is, I'm bored. It's raining, but I can't remember it because it was just filled with all sorts of other stuff like flipping Monopoly and bloody Operation, the Mad Doctor's Game, and all that sort of stuff. You know, it was filled with Buckaroo and Slingshot and Crossfire and all that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? It was just filled with all that sort of stuff. So hated school, bullied, being bullied, all of that sort of stuff. Loved everything around it. So whenever I hear the saying, do you agree with the saying, school days are the best days of our lives? The days, the years that made up the school days were the best period of my time. End of, what was that? 5 minutes. Thank you very much. I win.
Brilliant answer. Great answer. Yeah.
If you'd have carried on talking, we'd have had the weather forecast for Tuesday, 1952.
This is answering Tony. He says, "Love those films, Tony. Need to pick them up, mate." That's the Hancock films.
Yeah.
And then John's saying Tony Hancock was great in The Wrong Box. Oh
God.
Have you heard of that?
Didn't he do that in between Hancock? He hadn't actually left Hancock at that point. He did that on hiatus between shows. I'm not sure. I'd have to think back on that one. I've seen The Wrong Box, but I've only ever seen it a couple of times.
I've not heard anybody mention
it's like somebody will throw in The Wrong Box at the same time as somebody will throw in something like The Plank, and you go, "Oh, I remember The Plank." And you go, right, and then suddenly you'll go, "Why hasn't anybody mentioned The Plank in years?"
Yeah,
and then and then people forget that there was a follow up to The Plank and all of that sort of stuff, right? So when somebody brings in something like as royalty as Mondo, The Wrong Box, I'm forever in my head going, why can't I think of what The Wrong Box is about? What year it came? It's only because I'm so star shocked. You see, that's what it is. Shut your face, you! I'm talking to royalty.
Oh dear. Let's have a look. Oh, Michael says, Tony, after looking more into it, Our Day Out movie that I've been looking for is actually a part of the BBC anthology show Play for Today. Oh,
I remember Play for Today.
What a series that was. These other plays they used to do. Wonderful.
Yeah. Like I said, Play for Today was a series. I remember watching that.
Yeah. At least you found out a bit more information there. That's good.
My mother always considered those things as being highbrow. Do you remember when they used to watch remember when you used to watch Steptoe and Son, right? And they'd watch an episode of Steptoe and Son, and Harold Steptoe would want to watch the ballet.
Yes, yeah.
And Albert would go, who wants to watch that hoity-toity stuff? That crap that's on BBC Two. Right? And you knew full well, right, that there was this highbrow stuff. And other people were watching 9 o'clock news, and the other people turned over and started watching Klinsky's dance or ballet or whatever it is of the Nutcracker Suite or something. So when somebody mentions the Play for Today, I always think of that as being that was that highbrow stuff, wasn't it? That was on BBC Two.
Oh.
That nobody really gotten on with, but I knew it was good. I remember watching it.
It was, yeah. So John, must get around to watching them. Good to hear they're worth a watch. Yeah. And saw them on TV and was really taken by them, Tony. John says that. And then Tony, Michael, I have the individual BBC DVD. It must be out of print now, not available on Amazon or eBay. Oh yeah. Michael, I haven't heard of Flight of the Dove, but I'll add it to my backlog. I've been wanting to get more Irish movies into my collection. An Irish movie is recommended to you lot is a film called The Snapper. Ah, see, he's gone off now. Here we are. Have you heard of a film called? Have you heard of a film called The Snapper?
None of your business.
Michael's recommending this Irish film. Oh, there he is with his Flight of the Doves.
Oh, somebody wanted to know, didn't know it was around.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah, that's right, yeah,
40 years ago, it's still got the 2 for 10 quid thing at the top there. But yeah, Flight of the Doves, brilliant film. Right, turn my picture-y thing back on now. There you go.
Yeah.
Have I what?
Have you heard of a film called The Snapper? He's recommending that one. It's an Irish film.
No, but I'm writing it down. Because that's my homework, is to look for these films and start looking at them. I gave everybody homework last week, watch Flight of the Doves. Not one bugger did. Right, but I'm writing all these films down that you guys say. And I tell you what, I bet you any money I come back with a synopsis for it in the not too distant future. Tell you.
Right, let's go to the next. Mondo Channel movie. John again. John, speaking of classic comedy, have you seen Mr. H is Late? A short film by Eric Sykes. Really good. It's on YouTube as well. There you are. Recommendation. Eric Sykes. Great Eric Sykes.
I know. I'm writing it down. Look, it's from Prince Mondo, so I'm writing it down.
Yeah, and it's on YouTube, so it'll cost you no, lad.
Don't care. Mr. H is late. Yeah. See?
Yeah.
I write these things down.
Okay. And let's see. Tony says, Michael, there have been Play for Today releases containing several plays in each set. Not sure if it's also in one of those. All right. Tony, it's out of stock here in Ireland, CX. I did see a Blu-ray of Volume 2 on eBay for 60 quid plus. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, God. Some people don't have charge. Terrible. Tony, John, I really enjoy Eric Sykes' humour. Have you seen the BBC comedy series he did with Hattie Jakes? Oh, yeah. Playing his sister, broadcast in the 70s called Sykes. Oh, I grew up with that as well. One of them that we just used to watch all the time. Did you? Yeah, I mean, what a series. It was great. It was so... And Eric Geiler, wasn't it? Derek Geiler. He was in it as well, and it was just great.
You were going to ask me then, weren't you? A question, and you thought, no, it's all right. I'll bypass that.
I thought,
and I'll continue talking.
Yeah,
talking. So he doesn't get a bloody word in edgeways again.
Well, I'm waiting for the answer. I could see it sort of getting going. So, Delboy, have you heard of that series?
Never heard of it in my life. Next, of course, I bloody well have. Yes, of course, I've heard of Eric Sykes.
I know you had.
Got the whole series. I tell you what's interesting about that. It's less about the actual series and more about Hattie's life, Hattie Jakes' life, because the BBC did that production, didn't they, of her life and how she was with her husband at the time, who it was Lesueur, wasn't it? It was the bloke in Dad's Army,
John Le Mesurier. Yeah,
and I just felt so sorry for him. It's like if that was actually their life, bringing back her boyfriends to their house and looking after the kids and all of this, and him being shifted into the spare room and all of this sort of stuff. It put me off Hattie Jakes an awful lot.
Yeah.
But I also then I've read books around that and friends of hers, and she was a very complex person. She didn't want to hurt anybody. It was just I think it was something that went on in her childhood that made her the way that she
Mm.
was, not
Yeah.
getting the love. So she became this overpowering
Yeah.
person in her love life
Mm.
because she was such an integral part of the carry-ons. You know what I mean? I couldn't imagine her not being a carry-on nurse with her not being in it.
Yeah.
And my favorite black and white carry-on film is Carry On Cabby,
Yeah,
and
of
she's an
course.
absolute
Yeah.
light in that.
Yeah.
And my God, I mean, how can you not feel sorry for her? You know, and that she set up her own glam cabs company and everything to get, and it just goes out of control. But I'm diversing a little bit. Eric Sykes' humor is absolutely fantastic, and it's amazing that we were just talking a moment ago about the plank.
Yeah.
In some ways, my dad couldn't split up Eric Sykes and God, see his name's just left me. The magician, you know, the magician with the fez,
Oh, Tommy Cooper.
Cooper. And I suppose it's because Tommy Cooper was in the plank as well.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like I think they did a number of things together, but not necessarily on the screen. I
Mm.
think they were quite well known on in the after dinner set is what they call it. You know, where you're an after dinner speaker. But Eric Sykes, what an unusual guy Eric Sykes was. Very complex, isn't he? Bit like
Mm.
Barry Cryer.
And also, I remember in his later years, he started to do a lot of straight acting, didn't
Yeah,
he? And he was very good. He was very good as a straight actor.
yeah.
I just a word on Atti's Jakes. I think the public really warmed to her in this series. I think they
Oh
really
yeah,
liked
yeah,
her,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and yeah,
But
I
isn't
think
it funny when you watched a show like Eric Sykes, you tended to find it was the fringe characters that you wanted to watch more of. It was always the policeman that I was waiting
that's
for to
right.
come into
Yeah,
the
yeah,
show. It was like when
yeah,
he came in, I thought, right now
yeah,
now the
yeah,
show started. Right,
yeah,
we've got them all in the same room together now. Now it's going to be good, right? If one of them weren't there, it weren't the same. Do you know what I mean? So I
yeah,
was just waiting for him to turn up, and that was it. And it was all systems go. But yeah, I mean, I think you would not you would having Sykes in your collection is something that you ought to have. I know
yeah.
I've got it. I've got the complete. You know, I mean, I've got Sykes on
Uh,
DVD.
is it still available?
I
The
think so. It's
novel? Yeah,
BBC rather than
yeah,
network or anything like that. I think
yeah.
it's easy to get hold of. It's like getting hold of Porridge now and all of
Yeah,
those.
I think there's a best of I've seen of Sykes, but
Yeah.
there probably is a full series. Yeah,
The only thing you're never really going to get from the BBC is
Dick
Dick
Emery.
Emery.
I'm going to get Dick Emery.
You will
No,
never see Dick Emery on the
no,
shelf.
no. The nearest you can get, yeah, there
There's
is
a
a
best
best
of.
of,
There's
which
a
is
best of,
probably
isn't there?
cut down, and also the film. There is the film he did, which does have some of the characters in,
Well,
which
yeah,
I think
because he
is
was a
good to get.
detective or something that was going around. He was taking photographs of stuff.
There's a tattoo or something that he has to
Yeah,
get the
that's it.
information
He
on
was trying to
from.
photograph a
Yeah,
tattoo on somebody's
yeah.
arse or something all the
It's
way
quite
through.
funny, actually. It's a terrible film, but funny.
And I tell you what, Dick Emery did 2 6-episode detective series in the last part of his life
Mm.
that actually got really good recognition for
Oh,
from a drama point of view.
yeah,
It's where he was a detective that he dressed up in into different characters. He was supposed
mm.
and I've forgotten what they were called. It was
I
something
can't
like
remember that at
Diamond
all.
something or other.
Uh,
You'd have to look up Dick Emery. You'll see that there were
yeah,
2 shows, and
mm,
you when you see the name of the shows, you'll go,
yeah,
"How could I have not forgotten?" Yeah, of course, it was in 6-episode parts. It was almost like watching the 2 Ronnies, The Worm That Turned, that was
yeah,
episodic all the way through
yeah. Oh,
that
yeah,
season.
yeah,
Only they were half-hour 6 episodes
yeah.
that made up one story,
Mm.
and it was great. They did 2 seasons of those, and then he died. So,
Oh, so he died quite young then, didn't he?
80s, wasn't it? Back mid 80s.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can find the name of the shows, and I think you'll remember what they're called. Dick Emery, there you go. Carry on talking.
Okay, I'll go on to the next comment. That's okay. Tony says, Michael, it's not on volume 2. He just checked. I think it's likely they only released it on the individual DVD I have. All right. Next comment. Oh, hello. We got Jim Jam movies and TV. Good evening, guys. And he's just finished work. Yes.
He finishes at 9 o'clock, doesn't he? So that was what, an hour and a half ago.
It tells you what time that is. So that we're behind again. Yeah. Actually, that one is at 9:54 p.m. All right. And then Tony says, "Evening, Jim Jam," and Jim Jam movies and TVZ. 7 days left, and I'm then out of a job. Oh,
hey,
who's that? Hear that? Oh, that's not good.
No.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's awful news.
Yeah.
You've been to Scarborough. You went to a bloody concert. You're having the time of your life, and now you've told us just 7 days and you're out of a job. That's
dear. Yeah. Evening, Tony. He says.
By the way, if you wanted to know, the Dick Emery shows were.
Yeah.
There were 2 of them. I had them written down just now. Bloody hell. There we are. The first 6-part series was called The Legacy of Murder, and the last one was called Jack of Diamonds.
Yeah, I don't remember them at all. No.
And Jack of Diamonds was 1983, and that was the year he died.
That's why. 83, 84.
So Legacy of Murder was 1981. It did so well that they asked him to do another 6-episode set. It was called Jack of Diamonds.
Yeah.
And then he died short about when they were making they were talking about doing a 3rd series. He died.
Oh, sad. Michael says, Tony, turnout. I was looking at the UK CX. Ireland CX doesn't have any. And John says, yeah, huge fan of Sykes, Tony. Corky the policeman, that's it. Yeah, Derek Geiler.
He told you everybody loves the policeman.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that, Jim Jam. Are they making people redundant? Monochar, John says, hi, James. Michael says, it wasn't until I watched The Voyage Home that I got into Trek. Interesting. I believe. And then I watched Star Trek 5, 6, Generations, and First Contact. The only ones my mother had. And then I'd watch episodes 1 and 2. Oh.
I take it that's 1 and 2.
I remember you've talked a lot about your mum was a big Star Trek fan, wasn't she?
I know Star Trek 5 and 6. I mean, obviously you've got the Undiscovered Country in there. That's 6.
Yeah.
5 not so hot, but I'll tell you what, it gets a bad rep.
Yeah, do you know? I was going to. I could defend 5.
I could defend that. I
could defend 5.
I mean, it's not about the God bit that I defend. It's the fact that this guy can turn around and says that I can take away your pain, and and Kirk turns around and basically says, "No, you don't take away my pain. I need my pain. It's what makes me me. Don't take away my pain. You take away what's part of me." And he learned that lesson in that episode where they split him in half, where he was an evil Kirk and there was
is that Turnabout Intruder? That's the very last episode of Star Trek that they filmed.
No, that's where he was. That's where his body was transported from an ex-girlfriend who.
Oh, is that the ex-girlfriend?
No, this is a very early
Is
first
that an
episode of
early
the
one?
story where the
Oh.
transporters split the two into two
Oh.
personalities, and there was an evil Kirk and there was a good Kirk. About eight
Ah.
or so episodes in. Anyway,
Watch that, yeah.
he learned that you need to have all parts of your personality to make you what you are. So
Yeah,
don't take away my pain, because I need my pain. My pain is
yeah,
what keeps me going. It's what makes me strong. It's just something that you don't want to have shown all the time in your natural life, because it's something it's solely personal to yourself. So yeah, I can defend Star Trek V. It's just it didn't have the money for the effects. The score's brilliant, by the way. Jerry Goldsmith's score
yeah.
again has got some cracking sound effects and stuff in that. First Contact, everybody knows it's the best of the generations. First Contact is great. The Borg, all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, the First Contact part, brilliant. What a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
Stopping space travel and all of that sort of stuff.
It is. Yeah, I agree.
And of course, it's also a big tale of Ahab, isn't it? Captain Ahab.
Yeah.
And Orca.
Yeah.
By the way, am I right in thinking that Orca, the killer whale, is coming to 4K? I believe it is. I haven't seen Orca in a long time.
I've never seen it.
It says then I'd watch episodes 1 and 2. 1 and 2 of what? Is that Star Trek The Next Generation Encounter at Farpoint, or is he talking about something else? I don't know.
I don't know. No.
What he means there. Shame, but I do like talking about Trek. But next, moving on. I don't want to take up too much time.
Michael's mother. 1 and 2 of Next Generation and Voyager around 08, 09, that was years. Yeah.
Well, Voyager started to get.
I know I've heard you talk about Voyager definitely before on your channel.
Well, everybody turns around and says that Voyager got better when 7 and 9 came in. I disagree. There are some good stories before then.
Yeah.
I didn't quite like certain characters. There was Neelix. I never really got on with.
I knew you'd say Neelix.
I like the holographic Doctor, because you've got to have a person that really gets on your tits.
He was good.
You know what I mean? He came across like a real pompous, no bedside manner type. You know what I mean? And I like that about it.
Yeah.
I like the fact that there was a person that nobody liked, which was Paris. Because he was there and he was basically pretty much on probation or something. All the way through it. So you saw his character develop. He could have easily have turned around and said, "Put me on probation if you want. We're all in probation. It's going to take us about 10 years before we get home. So I'll just sit in my cabin for 10 years. You do what you want. Do what you bloody well want." You know. So I like that nature that you saw something going on. The holographic stories didn't make sense to me because it was almost like, if I was in Voyager and basically I needed to get home and it's going to take this many years, you'd never be able to get onto a holodeck because every bugger would be in there. There's nothing to do. What are you going to do? There's no shorely, no alcoholic drinks around. I'll tell you what, I'd be in my room going, I'm just waiting for the next holodeck hour that I can get on there, because every bugger's in there at the moment, right? You know, it's like, so I used to try and bring natural things into these series that never really went on.
I like Janeway. I think Janeway was a good character. I liked her. I know some people.
I didn't get this Chakotay crap either with that bloody tattoo all on his face.
No, actually, he possibly was the least favorite character.
Yeah, I even like B'Elanna, the engineer who's a Klingon. I mean, even she was a bit more interested in that.
Yeah,
bloody waste
so
of space.
They try. It's almost like, I don't think as an actor as well he was that good. I don't know whether his acting was particularly good.
It's all that mythical bloody Indian. I'm going to dream of being an eagle and I'm going to be able to float as a spirit walker. Shit, what the hell?
No, it didn't work. I think it was the acting. I think maybe a better actor might have taken that part in a different direction and better. Because in the end, the writers probably didn't want to write for Bugger. I bet they're thinking, I'm not writing for him. Just stick him on bridge just giving orders. That's all. That's all.
Nice, Michael. Very nice memories. Thank you so much for bringing those up. I do like talking about those things. We don't talk about them enough.
Yeah.
Some people will think that's all that any chat show does is talk about
Yeah.
science fiction all the time.
Yeah.
I digress. I go the most things that I see chats about is horror. I do know that there's a lot of science fiction talked about, but it's nice to bring everything into here. I like talking about horror. I like talking about comedy. Love comedies.
Yeah.
Bring us as much comedy as you can. You know, as far as I'm concerned, I can talk about that for donkeys.
Right. Tony says, yes, John. I have the complete DVD from Network of Sykes. Oh, it was on Network then, Sykes.
I thought it was BBC.
Maybe that's why great fun. Loved Richard Wattis as the snooty neighbour.
Yeah, the neighbour was quite good.
Being made redundant after 11 years. Oh, God. 11 years.
Bloody hell. You can easily get it. And half expensive.
Yeah, it's terrible.
12 discs. Yeah. It is BBC, but it's in conjunction with Network, by the way.
Oh,
it's £47.60. 12 discs, 80, is it 90 odd episodes? What does it say?
Yeah.
68 episodes. Yeah. Just find that. Anybody who wants to know, you can get Sykes. It's about 48 quid. So sorry, Jim Jam, about this redundancy.
John. And then sorry to hear that, James. Yeah. Has anyone heard of a series called from 80s, 90s called Surgical Spirit? I've heard the name. I don't really know much about it.
I've heard the name.
I've not know anything else about it. No.
I've heard the name, like General Hospital.
Is it a network title again? Could well be. So look. Next one.
Right, I found it. You can get it. It's quite cheap.
Is it? What is it?
I know it. I can see it now. Yes, I remember that. I never really got into that series, to be quite honest. It's a definitely 80s, 90s comedy
80s,
thing. More 90s.
Is it BBC or ITV or?
I remember, I think, seeing it on ITV, if I remember right.
Yeah.
But I remember it was all about. I'll tell you why I get mixed up, because I get mixed up with things like The Green Wing and things like that.
I've never seen that. I've heard of it,
but yes, I do remember Surgical Spirit.
Have you seen? This is interesting. Have you seen what Tony said? You probably know about this. It says, Tony says, and Peter Sellers was in one episode as long lost friend of Eric. Wow.
Oh, in Sykes.
I remember that. In Sykes.
Oh.
I'd have thought BBC would have made a big thing about that at the time.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Why is it that I don't remember that? It's been a while since I've seen Sykes. I mean, I've watched all. Yeah, I mean,
that's a big thing, Peter Sellers in Sykes. Yeah. Right. Whitbread are focusing more on Premier Inns than their restaurants. Is that so? That's who you work for.
That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? With all the adverts you see for Premier Inns these days.
Yeah.
Restaurants and that, they're just there. People just think of them as being there now.
Yeah.
I swear Little Chef died because of no advertisement.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Little Chef. I remember them. Yeah.
They were everywhere, and then all of a sudden they were nowhere.
Jim Jam says, thanks, John. And then Michael movie. I am indeed 26. I knew it, and only watched all of the original series in full for the first time last year. Wow, yeah. I've seen some episodes before the full watch through last summer. Voyager is my favourite Trek season. Yeah, that's what I think.
There's 7 seasons of it. So.
It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, when everybody joins a series, and that, as you said, you mentioned this about when it's such an influence on how you see.
Like I said, there's some cracking episodes in there. There's one that I remember that's really good, and it's where it was called something like The Worst Year, and it told the story of a whole year of them trying to get back.
Yeah,
and
I think it's a two-parter.
It was 2 parts. It was even part of a cliffhanger ending that started the next year, I think.
Yeah.
And basically, there was this bloke going along because of his dead wife, kept blowing up planets and destroying them all and taking time back.
Oh,
and every time he had this some sort of beam or a disruptor beam or something that basically he aimed at the Voyager at one point. Bits of it blew off, and and all of this sort of stuff, and it was basically the worst year. At some point, though, the whole thing all reverted back and reset as if it was okay. I think the actual ship blew up.
Yeah.
And as long as the ship wasn't there, then none of it could have happened. I think that was the ending.
Right.
And that was a cracking story. I love that. That was all right. Because everybody was dying. The Voyager was near enough blown up and gone. It had because it had what they called temporal shielding, if I remember rightly. They invented.
I've not seen it.
It could stay outside of these temporal shifts in time change.
Yeah,
cracking story.
Do you? I think didn't Voyager introduce the enemy of the Borg as well?
No, the creatures that could kill the Borg. Yeah, the people that could kill the Borg.
Who were they? I've forgotten the name. What was the name of the race?
Oh, yeah, Christ.
They featured in some episodes, I know.
Oh yeah, because basically they were scared of them. In fact, they needed Voyager to get them through it because there was no way that they always fought to a standstill. They couldn't get past them.
I can't remember the name.
No, I can't. Yeah, no, I remember those. Yeah, they were scared. They were scared. They had to form an alliance to get through them.
Yeah,
that's where 7 and 9 comes in, I think.
Yeah. And then Tony York says, Jim Jam, I used to watch Surgical Spirits when broadcast. John says, yeah, the whole cast of Sykes is amazing, Tony. It's quite bizarre. He was tone deaf and lit red to know when to put his lines in. I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
There's a lot of things that people don't realize about Sykes. I mean, in the background, he was like Barry Cryer. He was writing lines and scripts for Frankie Howard. I think Sykes wrote scripts for Frankie Howard in the early days.
Yeah.
Very, very great guy, really.
He must have been. Wow. You wouldn't have known at all, would you, that he was tone deaf? Really, it's amazing. Absolutely. Jim Jazz says, I ordered Surgical Spirit yesterday, complete. Oh, from World of Books for just over a $5. I imagine that's pretty good.
I mean, he's doing really well because, to be quite honest, there's 7 seasons of it, if I remember rightly. Have a look.
For a $5, that's.
I think it's series 5, series 3.
Yeah.
7th series. Yeah, there's a 7th series. So basically, I think there's 7 or so series of it.
That's excellent. Yeah. World of Books are very good. They're good as well.
Yeah.
Terry says, never knew he was tone deaf, John. Yeah, I never knew that. I have series 1 of Sykes and do enjoy it. Yeah. You would never know, Tony. Really shows how talented the bloke was. Yeah, agreed, John. It's amazing. Stephen Taylor, are you going to vote next week in the election? Most likely one bunch of clowns replacing another one. Clowns. There we are. What can you say?
Oh, Richie Sutek.
Sutek.
I have to bring that in again, don't I?
Yeah,
Richie
I know you
Sutek.
have to bring that joke in.
I bring the gift of death from the
Yeah.
Prime Minister.
Oh dear. What can you say? I don't know. I don't know what to say. I have got a postal vote, but I haven't. That's the.
I'm actually doing a Denny broadcast on that day.
Oh, you are, aren't you? Yeah, yeah.
And of course, it's the 4th of July, which means most of America will be out firing fireworks out into the sky. We got rid of them damn English. Yay!
So I think I'll just leave that open. I don't know. As you can see, we don't seem overwhelmed by it, do we?
No.
Michael's movie corner. Let's not forget the absolute banger of a song, Bilbo Baggins by Leonard Nimoy. Yes, it is a banging song.
Both William Shatner and bloody Leonard Nimoy singing. You could write it down, really. What was it? I think William Shatner's was Rocket Man and flipping Leonard Nimoy was Bilbo Baggins.
Have you heard him do? He did Pulp's Common People.
Common People, yeah, about 2 years ago, didn't he?
That's what a guy! What a guy!
He still thinks he's musical genius. I don't know where.
Yeah, I know he does. But yeah, Bilbo Baggins, you cannot forget that one. You cannot forget that. Says Jim Jams, a very underrated film with Peter Sellers is After the Fox, put out on BFI.
Fantastic film.
I don't know.
Who is the fox? I am the fox. Who are you? I am me. Who is me? Me is a thief. After the fox. After the fox. Brilliant.
Have you got that then?
It's a sort of like a robbery heist thing, overcovered by the fact that they were trying to film an Italian film in the Riviera. So while this film was, they got everybody in the whole of the town running after things, right? Because they were all extras in this film. And while this was going on, they were trying to do a robbery. Because the Fox is is the name of the international burglar that's been going around Italy. It was a Peter Sellers film. Brilliant film.
Yeah.
It is when they say underrated, it didn't get the money that it deserved, but people know about it. I would it's not one of those films that I would say is a hidden gem.
Yeah.
It's Peter Sellers, for God's sake. Everybody's written down everything he's never done.
But when people talk about his films, that's not one that gets mentioned, though, is it?
I don't know. Well, no, because he's done so many others that you basically write whole film theses about. Like how we won the war and all of this sort of stuff.
I like him as I think it's called "I'm All Right, Jack," when he's plays a shop steward, doesn't he? And it's about the unions and in sort of, I think it must be early 60s.
Well, the last film he ever did is one of my favorites, where he's a butler.
Oh, right.
He's sort of like an angel. I can't what it's called now. Heaven, no, what's it called? Oh, for goodness sake! Everybody, why do you do this to me? I've even got it on Blu-ray. God's sake!
Oh, crikey!
Being There, 1979. Yeah, Being There.
Oh, that's the American one, isn't it?
Yeah,
President. Yeah.
Well, then, so is the Pink Panther films American? It's Being There.
Yeah,
that's what it's called. And he's
I've heard that.
Sort of a butler to the Prime Minister or something.
Yeah.
But he's sort of a bit dense.
Oh.
There's an advantage.
Nimoy did indeed create the Vulcan salute and the Vulcan nerve pinch. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the nerve pinch. Yeah. Um, Michael says Dell is correct about the rabbi story. There you are. And
Yeah, he was a very naughty boy. He should not have looked up.
yeah. Jim Jevons says I'm currently working my way through the Terry and June box set. Oh, that brings back loads of memories as well. Terry and June.
And I used to
Always
like it,
watching them.
just like George and Mildred. They used to change the opening credits to Terry and June, and you didn't know whether his chair was going to collapse or the umbrella was going to collapse in on
Yes,
itself,
that's
or the
right.
drinks
Yeah,
were going to be
yeah,
thrown all over the place,
yeah.
or
That must have been on quite a few years. I
six
remember
or
that
7 years. But believe it or not, Terry and June had a prequel to before Terry and June where they were both again man and wife.
Oh,
There was a prequel to Terry and June. Forgotten what it's called. You're making me look these things up now, aren't you?
well, it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, but I should be sleeping. Hang on, Terry and
Yeah.
June. Terry and June.
Yeah. We watch with time a bit more, aren't we? It's
No,
getting up for 11 o'clock now.
yeah, it was called Scott On.
Oh, well, there we are. Right. Let's get some more. Danny Dukes, Jim Jam movies and TV. I mate.
Hang
Terry
on,
says
hang on.
Stephen.
I've just got to tell you this. On
Yeah.
the 7th of May, 1974, a comedy playhouse pilot called Happily Ever After aired on BBC One with Scott and Whitfield playing Terry and June Fletcher, a middle-class
Ah,
couple who grew up children have left home. This was commissioned into a series of the same name. 5 episodes came out, plus a Christmas special. Then it was cancelled, and it was brought back, and basically it was called Terry and June, and that lasted 9 seasons. Bloody hell.
9. That's good. Wow.
I have to tell you the whole story. Sorry,
So
it's one of
all
those.
origin from play for today again. We've mentioned earlier
Yeah.
about play for today. Tony says, I think you're right, Stephen. I think you're right there. But without getting too political, I think my attitude is a change is as good as a rest. Yes, that's an interesting way of putting it. Jim Jam says, "Hi, Danny." Jim Jam says, "Monday evenings now consist of watching House of Dragons season 2 and watching my wife. I don't have a clue what's going on." And never seen season 1. Laugh out loud. Yeah.
I don't know much about I'm watching my wife. I haven't got a clue what that is. House of Dragons season 2, they've just shown the second episode. Bit of a slow burn, I think, this one. Equally good quality. The first season was exceptional. I didn't believe how good that actual season was because I thought a prequel to Game of Thrones. How'd you do that? It's going to be pretty awful, but actually, the first season has laid down the law of what all the other subsequent seasons are going to be like. This one is now starting off this war, and it's just a bit slow at the moment, but it's getting good again. You know what I mean? It's only the third episode of 8, by the way, next week. So I should think third and fourth are going to crank up. You know what I mean? They've got to crank up. So yeah, I do recommend House of Dragon if you're a Game of Thrones fan. If you're not a Game of Thrones fan, this isn't going to turn you. Matt Smith is great. He's brilliant in it.
Okay.
See, you say it like I don't really give a shit what you just say because I don't know what you're talking about.
It's because I haven't watched the series. I don't know anything about them. Game of Thrones. I've never seen that.
Well, I think there's a few things that you need to start doing, Ian.
But
Funnily enough.
Isn't Game of Thrones quite a long series to watch? That's probably what put me off.
These programs, they're always like 10 episodes per season, and there's always like, and they're always an hour long, and Game of Thrones happens to be 8 seasons.
All I heard was that they said, "Oh, the last series of Game of Thrones, it was too dark. We couldn't see anything."
No, there was
I
one
know that
episode.
bit.
There's one episode that was filmed in the pitch of darkness, which meant that if you hadn't calibrated your TV very, very well
Yeah,
or had good internet that night, you weren't going to see much. Because if you think about it, satellite can only show you such such a compressed image. Do you see what I
yeah,
mean? When you bought it on disc, you can see it, right? It's just that I've got an OLED TV, so I don't know what people were complaining about. My
yeah,
black, inky black, you know what I mean? And I'm going,
yeah,
I can be all right. But there were these other people saying I had to watch that whole episode for an hour and a half, and I had to squint to see anything.
yeah.
I'm going, get a better TV then, mate. That's all I kept saying. So, but I think we have to recommend sometimes programs with a little bit of a hold back a little bit, because I must admit, for me to ask you to commit to 80 plus hours ain't going to happen lightly, and it
No,
puts anybody off.
yeah,
And what I'm trying to say is, some people come up to me and they say, Walking Dead. And I'm going, right. And I know full well that's 11 seasons.
yeah.
And I'm going, asking someone to go back to season 1 and then have to get through to season 11
Big
with
commitment,
the stuff that's out there at the moment.
massive.
It's even hard for me to explain to people to go and watch Sopranos, which was what, 5 seasons?
Yeah,
I mean, 5 seasons is quite short, really, in the thought of things.
yeah,
And at the end of the day, you're still talking about 50 plus hours. They're hour-long things, these. With the final usually being an hour and a half or a 2-hour, end. So I am careful with my selection. That's why I like mentioning about comedies so much, because they're always half an hour long.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
I could turn around and say, "Do you know what? Knock your socks off. Go and buy Man About the House, right?
yeah,
Just go and buy the complete collection, Man About the House. You'll love it. Six or I think there's about 6 seasons in it. You'll have a laugh, right?
yeah,
I don't even think of the fact that it's got 372 minutes on the back of the box or whatever it
yeah,
says, or whatever it is, because I know for a fact each one's half an hour long. If they don't like it, they'd have turned it off. They'd have wasted 1 hour of their life max.
yeah,
You know what I mean? So, and of course, it's not a story that really interjects all the way through. So they're not. You don't have
yeah.
an episode to understand what happened in the next episode, and all of that sort of stuff. So that's why I like talking about comedies so much.
I mean, it's like, for me, I love the X-Files, and I'm going through that. But for anybody who's never seen the X-Files, it's a bit daunting. It really would be. I can understand.
How many
that.
seasons? 10, is there?
You have to really.
Was there 10 or 11 seasons?
There was really 9, and then 2 extras that they did
Yeah, that's what I mean.
afterwards.
Yeah, and 2 films.
Yeah, and 2 films, and of course, Duchovny left the series in, I think, was it about 7 or 8? I think it could even before that. He left, didn't he? Or he'd come back sporadically. He did this thing where at one bit we thought he'd left, then he started appearing in some episodes, then disappeared again. They rather indulged him quite a lot.
I like those new episodes they did last year. Did you watch them?
Those what?
New episodes last
year.
Oh,
the newer ones they did.
Last year. Last year. You got Mulder, right? No, Scully. That's right. You got Scully, right? Hopping from mattress to mattress, selling dreams beds. Great, right? She floats down and everything. I think these aliens have abducted her or something, right? She lands on this mattress, and then basically she starts walking along all these mattresses and stuff. I don't know where Mulder is at this particular instance. But I'll tell you what, I'm mesmerized. I can't wait for the next episode. I've just been waiting for it for ages, but they keep bringing up this dreams thing in the background of what I'm talking about. To be honest. Have you seen it?
No.
No.
I'm not.
But that, by the way, was all about a Dreams advert.
Yes, I know. I gathered that's why I've not seen the advert, but hey,
I was making it. I was making
yeah,
it out that it was an
I'll just let you get on with it. I'll just let you get on with
all
it.
right, miserable ass.
It's the blood donor and the radio ham. Ah, yeah, that's John Hancock. Um, and Steve's gaming. Hello, hi guys. Just got here. What was the theme tonight? I don't know whether we have a theme, but we've talked a lot about comedy series. Star Trek has popped up a lot, hasn't it? And, usual sort of stuff that pops up.
My mate Steve, hope he's okay.
Yeah,
Been
yeah.
feeling well recently, so.
And Steve's gaming. I hated school with a passion. I was very small due to my medical problems since birth, and I was forever picked on and frequently beaten. Oh, God. Teachers didn't care. I was delighted the day I left. Well, who could blame you? And yeah, it says it all about certain things.
It wasn't very nice at school in 1912. He's told me himself.
I'm saying note. I'm making
it out that he's about 98.
Yeah. Tony says, having less responsibilities and worries that normally come with adulthood can make school days the best for many, but bullying or not being academically gifted can make it the worst for some. That's spot on, really. What else?
That's because most people that are fat or being picked on rely on the fact that they've got some type of intelligence.
Yeah.
And they can fall back on it. At least I'm going to be okay with my school exams. I'm going to be okay with this, that, and the other. You didn't have that as well. Then basically you were plain Jane with no brain as well. So basically you're going to be nowhere.
Yeah.
You know, it was bad. School was terrible. I hated school.
Yeah. I can see for some it really was bad. Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, I agree.
I'm just going to go and get myself another drink. I'll be back.
Okay.
You know, I'm only going into the garage to get one.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, the garage. Just check on if they're still there.
It's all right, you little bastard.
Right. And Michael's Movie Corner. Flight of the Doves is out of stock in CX, so I'll keep an eye out for it. I'll tell Delboy about that one. Things. Yeah, because it is, I think, on Amazon, but I know there's things with Amazon. Delboy's just coming back. Michael's just talking about the Flight of the Doves. He says it's out of stock in CX. I'll keep it an eye out.
World of Books have got 3 copies of it for $5.
Yeah.
We both looked, didn't we, last week after the show? World of Books had it.
Oh, I thought it was Amazon we looked at.
No, World of Books. No, Amazon had it for like 20 odd quid. And I said, you looked on World, and I said, I keep forgetting about World of Books.
Yeah.
And then when you go to World of Books and you type it in, you can find there's 3 copies of it.
Yeah. Well, I know that Michael, sometimes there's problems with Amazon as well, anyhow. And as there might be with World of Books, that they charge the customs, they put on extra charges, with it. So, Stephen Taylor, have you been watching the football? I fell asleep watching England play. Yeah, England have just. It's depressing watching England play football. It really is. I've watched it other night, and it's just depressing. It's so awful. They're not playing like a team. I don't know what they're doing or what. Anyhow, it's just depressing watching it, and yet we've still got through to the next stage. Unbelievable. Absolutely. I don't know what Delboy wants to say anymore.
It's just I'm a little bit sick about hearing it at the moment. It's not because I don't like football. It's just that they're quite right. If you're doing well, they're in the wrong. If you're doing wrong, you're in the wrong.
Yeah.
They get through in that group with the highest amount of points, and people are throwing glasses at the manager and saying what a disgrace he is.
Yeah, I wouldn't go as far as that now. But
So, at the end of the day, I'm just thinking to myself, it's almost like we write our own epitaph
yeah,
to kill ourselves,
yeah,
because if at the end of the day they're not playing well. I'm not happy. I mean, obviously it was boring to watch, but then
yeah,
any team that basically plays like they did, and it looked like both of them played to defend at all costs, don't let a goal in, right? Which meant that every time England wanted to go into their half to score a goal, there was 5 of their players they might as well have just stood in front of the goal mouth and just said, aim at me, right? And it would be exactly the same at the other end. Whenever they had someone there, we'd have 5 people at the back there stopping them from getting in. So the whole battle is in the midfield. And in the midfield, they're just passing the ball between each other. It was almost like, how many passes can we get in this game? And it says England did 978 passes and Slovakia did 800 and something. So at the end of the day, England deserved to win because they did more passes. What a load
yeah,
of bollocks. What you want to see is games like you've seen in all the other games, between Italy and Portugal and Spain, where there were much more exciting things going on. But because you've seen the excitement of the other groups, and you've seen how dull this group is, you think to yourself, England are going to get nowhere when they come out of this group. But what you have to remember is they're going to be playing against a team that's not going to be playing like defending. They're going to be out there to try and win, and England, therefore, have got to go out there and play like they got to win, and that's when it will probably wake them up. All they needed to do was get through in that group. So I'm not surprised they played like shit.
mm,
But I wouldn't be throwing glasses at the manager and saying, piss off you, and why are you still a manager, and let's get somebody else in. He's done more for England than all the other managers have put together. In fact, he's been the most influential, and hasn't he been the most successful of all the managers other than 1966, where we won something. That's
right.
what I've heard.
Yeah. And Jim
All
Johnson.
right. You see, again, you bored to death with what I just said. Go
No,
on.
I'm not bored to death. I keep looking at the time. It's 23:15 now.
You let me worry about the time. I'm the one who's got to get to sleep tonight.
It's funny about, right at the beginning, I gave an answer, and there's you there with the clock going, God, it's gone on too long now.
Wow,
What?
16 minutes. 16 minutes. Jesus Christ.
16 minutes for an answer. I could have given it in 10 minutes.
Well, I did. At least I woke you up, and I did it with a smile on my face. You've got such a deadpan face. I think to myself, I'm upset you're coming here. Jesus, what a face! He's got a face like I'm going to get spanked in a minute. If I was there, I'd be sent up to my room.
Oh dear. Well,
Jesus.
Right. Jim Jam says, I just feel so blessed to know so many fantastic people in the Blu-ray Tube community.
Very much
there is
so.
a lot of great people. It's a great community.
And a lot of people that like you, Jim Jam, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it is a great community, yeah. And you're very much part of it. So what more can I say, really? It's great. Tony says, have you heard of Rotten to the Core 1965? Eric Sykes plays an undercover policeman trying to foil a gang of robbers. Great fun. Not heard of that?
No? I can tell you now that when it comes to Eric Sykes, I know as much as I can, which is about his writing skills. And I first heard about him all because of the Plank and the TV show Sykes. That's it. I never really then, once Sykes had finished, I never really thought about what he did next, where he went, what he did. I just knew that he was he wrote an awful lot in the background. He was a very
Yeah.
talented guy. So from that point of view, I just thought he was like Barry Cryer. He was just in the
Yeah.
background writing these things for other people.
Mm.
I thought he might have gone off and done something with Bob Monkhouse or something, you know.
Yeah. Because he was working a lot, wasn't he? Bunkhouse, right to the end. He was always busy doing lots of things. So I've not heard of Rotten to the Core. No, I don't know that one. Jim Jam says, time to relax with some chili con carne and a bit of classic comedy. Thinking of On the Buses tonight. Well, you can't go wrong there. And flipping heck, just remembered the plank. That was hilarious.
Like I say, most people can't even remember what the sequel's called. I can't myself. I don't think it was called Plank 2. I can't remember what it was. But I do remember it. Ronnie Barker was in it, wasn't he? He was wasn't he doing something to do with concrete outside the and get walking across it or something. The Plank was full of little bits like that.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm not sure I've actually even got that on DVD.
Oh, yeah. I thought you would have. Oh.
I'm not sure. It's a little short thing. It's only about half an hour long. I am not sure if I've got that. One of the favorite comedies as well.
You have to try and check out a bit more on it. Has it had a release?
I'm going to have to. But I've just thought of another comedy that I used to love back in the day when the Plank and everything was around. Do you remember there was a film called The Seven Deadly Sins?
I may have heard of the title. Who's in that?
All different actors portraying greed, gluttony, lust.
Yeah,
you know, and one of the very famous Playhouse, which had Bernard Cribbins in it.
Oh.
I think it had Bernard Cribbins in, where two cars meet along a country lane and they meet each other, and one of them won't move, and the other one's part of the AA, and the other one's part of the RAC. And the police said, you've got to move because you're with the AA, and that means that you're upper class. And that's one of the episodes. That's one of the stories that's in the Seven Deadly Sins, because I think that one's for Vain or Vanity.
Yeah,
there were all these different comedy sketches, and it's called the Seven Deadly Sins. Brilliant. I've just remembered that. I want to go and watch that now tonight.
Oh, well, at least that's getting you enthused with these. Yeah. Tony says, Jim Jam, I hate you, Butler.
I hate you, Butler.
Cy Robson, the best of Dick Emery is on YouTube. All right. So anybody want to have a look at Dick Emery, but it's not much.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where I don't think YouTube care. The BBC think they do care. They haven't junked any one of his episodes, but they just won't show them.
Yeah.
It's something to do with stereotyping people up.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably why you don't see too much Mike Yarwood or any of the impersonators. You know, because there was Pamela Stevenson, who was in Coronation Street for about 6 years with Bradley Walsh. He was an impersonator. He did the voiceovers for Spitting Image and all of that sort of stuff. At the end of the day, they were all stereotyping and racist sketches.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't see them.
Yeah.
So you can't have a vicar with big teeth and a bloke dressed up in drag saying, "Oh, I think you're awful, but I like you," and all that. No, totally off radar. You can't have that.
Do you remember that series on Channel 4? And I'm trying to think of the name of it. It was like he wore sort of these exaggerated masks.
Oh yeah,
and things. And he used to do Michael Jackson and all these other characters. Bo Selector. Oh my God, yeah.
It's proper Bo, I tell it. That's what he used to do. It's proper Bo Selector,
crikey. And there was
he destroyed Craig David's
Mel
career.
B, Craig
One,
David. He did all
oh,
this.
Mel B,
Mel B was great.
proper tongs, I tell you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Bo Selector. Yeah.
I used to like it when he did the little bear. You see, because he used to put his.
Now I bet they might cut that one out. Surely. I wonder if they would show that. I don't think Channel 4 would show it. It might be on. I wonder if it's on the what is it called? Channel 4 have one where you can watch all the old programs. I wonder if it's on there or have they censored it. I don't know.
I don't think you'll find it. I don't think you'll find it's on Comedy Gold. I don't think it's Comedy Central. I don't think you'll find it's on Gold.
But you know, like Channel 4 have a replay.
It's not on Dave. It could be a box set.
Yeah, is it more 4? That's it. Is it something
like I said,
that?
It could be a box set or a more 4. But at the end of the day, I think you'll find that it's pretty hard to try and sell Bo Selector these days.
I bet well, that's what I was thinking. It's certain areas of it.
There was a reference to Kez in it. Come on, Kez.
Oh, there was. Yeah, I know. And do you remember? He did Ronnie Barker with Michael Jackson. He was so funny.
Yeah. He did all the cribs. Yeah, he did all the crib. Come and see my crib.
Ronnie Barker. And he was so funny. And just remembered all that, but and it's a bit too controversial, probably.
I just think anything that sort of like does a racist stereotype type thing, they're just not showing now, and it's a shame.
Yeah.
I think if you put a disclaimer at the beginning and said this reflects comedy of that period, people will understand.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, I understand where people are coming from in the fact that you might hurt or upset people because it's about all of this and that and the other. But at the end of the day, I do know that these people have got a brain and can turn the other channel over.
Yeah. And do you remember Craig David did appear on that program? He did. Can't have been that bad. And Mel B did.
He was part of the joke. He was part of the joke and then just flipped on one where it basically said it destroyed his career.
Yeah. But I remember the real Mel B. She appeared. She thought it was funny.
My answer to Craig David was, what career? You didn't have one.
Yeah, one song.
You did one song about what happens during the week, and it was all about you having sex during the week. It got me depressed. Yeah. Said, I'm not having any sex during the week. You're a lucky bugger. Thanks very much for bringing out a song all about
it. And Tony says, I was thinking of getting the Dick Emery film. This is Who You Are Awful. Vaguely remember seeing it on TV years ago. That's the one we did mention, I think, with the tattoo. I know in that.
I don't know if that's what it was, or whether Who You Are Awful was a sketch show, a little bit like Monty Python.
And then you've got your mate Denny.
Hey!
Hello, evening, guys. Just popping in to say hello, Jim Jam. You live near me. We're looking for drivers at the metro if you're interested, mate. Good rate of pay, though pretty crap hours. Oh.
Well, that'd be nice if he falls on his feet.
Yeah. Denny, anyways, I'm in Llandudno and the Wi-Fi is awful. Oh. And Sai says, Legacy of Murder with Dick Emery is also on YouTube. It's in 2 videos, both 1 hour, 30 minutes long.
Yeah, because it was 6 episodes, so that would make it right.
Yeah. And Danny says, Denny, I mate. Stephen Taylor says, enjoy your holiday, Danny. Danny, hiya, Danny. Danny, cheers, Steve. I'm back tomorrow. Okay. And who would win in a fight between Spider-Man and Batman?
Bloody easy,
Spider-Man for me. Well, I can give you one answer straight away over there. I suppose you're right. as much as I might reluctantly admit, um, yeah.
Batman is a psycho, is a rich psycho going around in a bat suit. Spider-Man is a talented little teenager that comes out of high school, all snot and bloody fingers, who sort of like has the world on his shoulders, trying to do everything for everybody. Batman's a spoiled bastard, basically. So all he's got is tech that he can make because he's a rich bastard. So Batman can fuck off. Spider-Man,
So there you are. There we've yeah.
I hope that made you laugh.
Have you got the steel books of the Nolan trilogy?
Yes, I do. Yeah,
I thought you would. I just thought just ask.
Yeah, but I haven't got that. I haven't got that steel book of what's it called? Get Out. It's really annoying me. It's £89 for
Danny says, Jim Jam movies and TV. Hope you have a good one. I was made redundant in 2012 and never got a job. Oh, crikey.
Yeah.
Dear, sorry about that. Jim Jam movies and TV. There are two versions of the plank. Are they? Oh, I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know.
Jim Jam movies. Thanks, Danny. Jim Jam movies and TV. That's no problem. Does anyone remember that Morecambe and Wise film in the 80s? It has a reputation of being terrible. I only remember the two in the 60s.
Yeah, I remember the Riviera Touch and all of that.
The Riviera Touch and Intelligence Man.
Yeah.
That's the one with the ballet into the Swan Lake. And I remember those. But I don't remember one in 80s. Do you? Do you remember one?
I'll tell you what, the only comedy group that I can remember that was off TV that made a film was Cannon and Ball in The Boys in Blue. That was an 80s.
I can't imagine Morecambe and Wise, but
I'll take it like this. When did Eric Morecambe die? It was 80 something, 83 or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Cannon and Ball did The Boys in Blue in 1985, and they were discovered in 1979-80.
I can't imagine.
Oh, hang on a minute. Yes. They moved over to ITV, and the reason that they moved over to ITV was because they wanted to do films.
Oh, right.
The BBC wouldn't do that. But Lou Gray turned around and said, "Come over to here, and in our contract, we will make it so that we can make a film for you." Yeah, hang on.
So Lou Gray made a film for them.
No, that was the enticing part of getting them over to the ITV. So they left the BBC, went over to Thames TV, and I think that there was talk that they had to, to make a film. They made a film, but it was atrocious. Apparently, it's not very good. But it was supposed to be. That was just supposed to be a one-off. Like, we didn't know quite what to write for you. Now we know more, we'll write another one. But then I think Eric Morecambe died, and that ended that.
Did this film get released? An official release?
I think so, it did. Yeah. Just trying to think. It was more like a TV film.
Oh, right.
I thought, anyway. Just bear with me, and I'll look more films. But I do remember now. It's because they left the BBC because they weren't.
Yeah.
They weren't getting any film work. Yeah, I think it's called The Magnificent Two, something like that.
No.
No, that's 1967. Hang on. Style and performances, catchphrases. Yeah, the television series, Christmas specials, famous sketches. Yeah, Singing in the Rain. Yeah, Bring Me Sunshine. Yeah, tribute album, films. There we are. Night Train to Murder.
Oh, right.
So they did the Intelligence Men, then they did the Riviera Touch, then they did the Magnificent Two, then they moved over to ITV in 1985. Night Train to Murder. British comedy television film directed by Joseph McGrath and starring Morecambe and Wise. It was the last work that Eric Morecambe and Ernie Wise worked on together before Morecambe's death in 1984. It was written as a pastiche of the works of writers, including for God's sake.
And was that a TV film then?
I think so.
Yeah, one at cinema.
I think it's one of those ones that got a limited run, but it was actually a more like a direct to DVD thing.
Yeah.
You know, if there ever was such a thing.
Yeah.
There we are. Look, the duo's move from the BBC to Thames in 1978 was a much publicised media event, and one of the main reasons for their move was to make films and move away from the format of the Morecambe and Wise show.
Yeah.
So that's what it means. It was part of it. Oh, and who's in it? Oh, Lizette Anthony's in that film. Bloody hell, she's gorgeous, by the way. I do like her.
And that's 1985. Did you say?
Yeah. Originally broadcast on ITV. It says it was originally broadcast on ITV on the 3rd of January 1985. The closing moment of the film sees Eric and Ernie walking off together onto the next gig, making it their final screen image together ever.
Oh, wow.
So there was nothing after that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I haven't got that.
I've never heard anything about that.
I haven't got that film, no.
You have to look out for that one. Is there no release on that? I bet there isn't.
I didn't look. I looked at Wikipedia. I didn't look at Amazon. Jesus, what have I got to do Amazon now?
Well, I know you jump around a bit.
Hang on, then. Night Train to Murder.
There's no steel book of it. Oh God, steel book.
No, well, there's no steel book of it, is there? Jesus. Night Train to Murder. You know. Stop laughing. Hang on. Night Train to Murder DVD. £11.17 on Amazon at the moment.
Oh.
You'll probably get it on World of Books, though.
Yeah, I think that'd be best thing. It's quite a lot of money that for a DVD.
Yeah, £11.17. Oh, it's £7.62 from certain other people.
Yeah,
you can get it on there saved with by buying from other sellers that are selling it.
Oh, yeah.
I think there was one for £7.62 there.
Yeah. Right, let's go. Michael's movie corner. The episode you're talking about, Del, is Year of Hell. That's the Voyager one.
Yeah, we said that, didn't we? We got there in the end.
Yeah. Here it is. Species 8, something or other, with a Borg enemy, I think. Didn't they come from a different dimension?
Yeah.
I think you're right. It was something like Species 8, something like that. Yeah. And Michael says, they never had a name in Voyager, only referred to as Species 8472. Oh, in Beta Canon, they are called the I don't know. Don't know. I'm not sure on what is that, but yeah, Species 8472. Sid James was hilarious in Bless This House. Oh yeah, Jim Jam, great in Bless This House. Another of those classic series that they did in sitcoms, ITV ones. I don't know what he's doing there, but he's looking stuffed at the moment. But I'm going through these. Steve's
I'm just watching you doing your work.
I'm just going through. You look sort of. I don't know what kind of space or area you're in or at. It says my wife used to watch Surgical Spirit. I watched some, but never laughed once. To be honest, not my cup of tea. There you are. Comment there from Steve's gaming. And then Jim Jam Moves TV. July the 4th is my final day at work as well. as being
Oh,
Independent Day and election. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah. Um, anyone seen Condor Man with Michael Crawford?
everybody knows I've seen it. You miserable gits, you know full well I've seen it. I told you it was the worst bloody film, and I told you that I have nightmares of
But there's your answer.
you're just being sadistic now.
uh, uh, Tony Hawk, did you hear what some people did at Sudak's North Yorkshire estate? Broke it into the grounds and left something nasty in his lake. Oh, oh dear. Very nice. um, Jim Jones says, love the fact Michael Crawford did his own stunts in Some Mothers Do Have 'Em. Yeah, he did. Yeah, definitely. They were a part of the whole program, really. The stunts is what people were waiting for. Stephen Taylor, do you think political correctness killed off the Carry On films, or were they just not funny anymore? I would say probably they got to a stage where simply they weren't funny anymore. They'd run out of steam, I think,
Yeah,
in those later ones.
I think what it is that the producers lost their way in many respects. I think it was because they thought that the only way that they could be funny was to show breasts, where before then it was all a matter of titillation. You
Yeah,
know, where it was, oh, if you turn sideways a little bit more, you might see something.
yeah,
Where now it was get them all out and show them. You
yeah,
know,
yeah,
it was more like I think what the death of Carry On was probably more to do with the confession films and the uh,
yes. They were
and so
important. Yeah,
that because the sex comedies were all the rage, and Carry
yeah.
On was neither here nor there in regards to it. If they tried to be more like the confession films, they were in the wrong.
And look what
Didn't,
happened.
if
Carry
they
On
didn't do it,
Emmanuel, which is one of the worst.
yeah,
Oh, it's one of
it
the worst ones.
basically they just turned around and said, "Nah, there's no more of this."
Yeah. So
And they just
just that was it. It was they'd had their day and they just fizzled out really.
yeah.
Um, Tony says, uh, "Love I'm All Right, Jack." Oh yeah, two other great comedies with Sellers are "Wrong Arm of the Law" and "Evans Above." Both were from 1963. He plays a gangland boss and a clergyman, respectively, in them. Oh, have you heard of those?
Wrong
Wrong
arm.
Arm.
I think Wrong Arm of the Law is the one that
Yeah,
I probably know more.
yeah, yeah,
I don't know about Heavens Above.
yeah,
I do know he's played. You see, I've seen Peter Sellers play a clergyman so many times.
yeah,
I'm not quite sure whether we're talking about that film there or whether he was a part in this film or yeah.
yeah,
So neither film comes to mind when I'm thinking about Peter Sellers.
yeah,
Tony is what I will say, but that's not to say that they're not. They're great. Do you know what I mean? They're just
yeah.
might be. It's been such a long time since I've seen them that I'm just not thinking about them. Yeah.
Okay. Tony York says, I think British comedy of the Carry On type became more explicit during the 70s. Adventures of and Confessions of, for example. Carry On didn't seem capable of adapting and run out of steam. Yeah, there was those adventures of plumbers and
Like I said,
all
it's
that
pretty.
sort of stuff.
It's sort of what I said in another
Yeah,
way. In
yeah,
another way of explaining
yeah.
the same thing.
That's right.
If they were wrong for doing it one way, they were wrong for doing it the other way. So you couldn't meet in the middle and make it work.
Yeah,
So basically, it was. I think even and with Sid James dying,
yeah, yeah,
all this
yeah,
sort of stuff, I think it just came to a natural end.
yeah.
Be quite honest.
Jim Jam says, "Good night, gentlemen. Thanks for a great stream." Thank you, Jim Jam, for joining us.
Well, I hope he heard about the possible job from Denny. That's
Yeah,
all I've got to say.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, that would be great. Jim Jam night, everyone. Tony Hawk night, Jim Jam. Just remembered Footook's End.
A toxin. No, never heard of it.
Just checked. The plank was remade. Oh, in 1979. The original was 1976. Oh, I didn't know.
1960.
67, yeah. Quick question. What's your favorite meal? I think I've answered this, but I'll do it again. It's fish and chips. What's yours, Delboy?
Well, like when I was a kid, it was sausages, chips, and beans. But I think my favorite dinner would now probably be a roast.
So you going for a roast?
Oh, you know I love a roast.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like, you know, if somebody turns around and said, "Do you want to go to a carvery now?" I'd go, "Yeah."
Yeah.
And then when I got to the carvery, there'd be all these different meats, and I'd be going, "Yeah, I'll have a bit of that, a bit of that." Then I'll have it. Oh, I don't care what meat I've got. I'm having a Yorkshire.
Yeah. Oh,
then I'll basically I'll be loading it up with bloody roast potatoes, and then I'll go on. Then I will have some peas and carrots. I've got to look like I am healthy.
Yeah.
And then I'll get to the end, and it'll be like smother it in gravy, and then I'll go mint sauce. Oh yeah, well I've got to have a bit of mint sauce.
Yeah.
I don't care that it's not.
You'll need to ask for a bigger plate. You'll need a bigger plate.
Not, I don't care that it's not lamb. I'll just put mint sauce over every bloody thing.
They might as well give you a tray, a massive tray, and just shove it all on that. Yeah. Tony Hawk says Markham and Wise appeared in an episode of The Sweeney as themselves after John Thor and Dennis Waterman had been on their show. That's an interesting thing. Did you know that?
No.
It's new to me, but very interesting, isn't it? It did. And Danny Duke says Condom, and I have on DVD. And Sai says I love Condom Man. And Tony
bloody
says,
awful. It's bloody awful, and you know it.
I had a Giallo binge this weekend. Bloodstained Butterfly 1971. Strange Vice of Mrs. Warder or something. And The Pajama Case Girl 1977. The only one set in Australia. Oh,
right.
Well, I know you like your Giallo. Do you remember Dave Allen? I absolutely loved his comedy. He was a genius. There's one person I rate as an absolute genius of somebody who could just sit there and just talk like he did. What a genius. And he did his sketches as well, but what a genius he was. Absolutely loved him. Have you got any opinions about Dave Allen?
No, because I love Dave Allen. Dave Allen was one of those people that it's just great. You could just get up on the stage, sit down, glass on by the side, and he'd just talk, and you just find him funny. He was sort of like the person that could read out the yellow pages and make it funny. I know that he was very religious. I know that, you know, the Catholic thing was part and parcel of just about everything. But that to me, he did some great sketches, but it was more about his monologues that I liked. He did this great. He did observation of people. He did this great sketches of recognizing that Southerners answer everything with a question. I've told you that before, didn't I?
Yeah.
So you know, most people in the South will say, "Well, I went down the road, didn't I?" Well, no. Did you? I was there, weren't I? Were you? Everything was, you know, and then he was talking about that colors are supposed to have a meaning, like blue is calming and red is fiery. And all that. He said, "You ever seen Margaret Thatcher? Does she look calming to you? She's blue." He's shouting her bloody heads off. And then he was talking about, and I remember he did one about signs. Do you remember? He
Yeah.
used to make jokes up about signs, and he'd say, "Have you seen those signs that say ears pierced while you wait?" Well, you're supposed to leave them there or something. Well, yeah.
He was
Oh,
genius,
this,
absolute
this,
genius.
this door is neither an entrance or an exit.
Yeah.
What the bloody hell is it then? That's what you do with a door, isn't it? You go enter it or you exit it. See,
Do you
Dave
remember
Allen to me,
that?
Dave Allen, that sums up Dave Allen to me.
Do you remember that sketch? I'll never forget it. Where there was two. They had a coffin. There was two coffins, and there were people
They were trying to
walking
get to
along.
they were
And
trying
then
to
they
get to
started
the graveyard at the same time.
chasing after. Brilliant! It was so funny with these coffins. What I liked about him, he always poked a lot of fun at religion, didn't he? He always,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
he loved having a good dig at religion. Oh, crikey, Rock God 2004 night. Hello, welcome night.
I'm definitely not worthy. I mean, my God, Rock
It
God's
says,
here.
right. Well, slap on my thigh. A couple of people have told me. So I went and checked it, and it's me, and it hit me as well. If anyone has pre-ordered the new 4K Steelbook with the new artwork of the original Jaws, and then a bit further down here, I've got check your order. Amazon has cancelled them. Oh, crikey!
Yeah, I've heard of all of this in the works, and I have to say it's atrocious. Apparently, if you ordered them through this one company, they fulfilled their orders. Slowly and surely, the other people, which are Amazon and HMV and Zavi, slowly but surely are sending out things to people saying these are cancelled, and yet they're pre-orders.
Yeah.
It's almost like they've now worked out what numbers they're getting. I can't remember where I've ordered mine, but I've ordered 2 copies. I've told Nigel this. I said I ordered 2 copies of Jaws, and I think I'll keep both of them ordered because if difficulties do arise, because I've got them with 2 different people, I know that I've got mine covered, and if yours gets cancelled, I've got one for you because I wouldn't want you to miss out on Jaws because I know it's the one that you'd like. So I kept it open, but I haven't had any message to say it's cancelled, but I'll have to go and look. But I don't think I ordered them actually through Amazon. I think I ordered mine through HMV. No, I'm not sure who I ordered them through. So yeah, I'll have to go and check. But like I said, I've had such bad luck just recently. King Kong sold out in 15 minutes this morning. And if I want Get Out, it's going to cost me £89. So I'm not surprised if I look at my emails now and it will say mine are cancelled as well. It wouldn't surprise me.
Let's have a look what else we got here. Did you used to be a member of Blockbuster Video? I always forgot to rewind the tapes. Yeah, actually,
yes,
I wasn't.
I was a member.
I was before. We used to go to these local, more sleazier kind of shops with the lighting and the local corner shop. So we never really did Blockbuster. Not much.
Well, we did Blockbusters because the smaller boutique shops that had Betamax and that closed down.
Oh, no, that's carried on.
When those closed down, there was then only 2 video libraries in the whole of my town. One of them my mate was the manager of, and the other one was Blockbusters. So I used to be a member of them, but I only ever went to Blockbusters if I was desperate. Yeah. Because I never signed their agreement that said that if I snapped their tape, I'd give them the money or anything. So I know that if anything like that happened with my mate, he's the manager, so he wouldn't care. So, so I never really went to Blockbusters. Blockbusters tried to be everything to everybody.
Yeah.
And they started selling popcorn. They started selling sweets.
Yeah.
They published their own magazine telling you what films were coming out next month. They started renting games out. At the end of the day, Blockbusters oversaturated the market and then died because of piracy.
Yeah.
I was helping my mate Ryan out, and he asked me a load of questions, and I said, well, Blockbusters didn't die because of streaming. It died because of its own success, really. They oversaturated the market as PCs started to become part of everybody's home. So did the DVD recorder. So did blank meat of DVD discs. They came. You could buy a spindle of 100 discs for about 19.99 from PC World. You could buy a DVD burner for about 49 quid. And all you needed was some pirated software. And being as the internet was suddenly starting to become quite popular, you could download that. All of a sudden, you had a ripping station, and you could go into Blockbusters, rip the damn thing, and give it back to them the same day and say, I watched that, it was shit. Get another film out.
Yeah.
And this was on top of the time where W.H. Smith had their own rental service, didn't they?
I don't remember that.
You did it through the post. What was it called? Love Films.
Oh, I remember Love Films. I didn't know that was W.H. Smith.
Yeah.
What was that?
And you chose 5 films. They sent them out in the post to you. And I'm telling you now, those 5 discs would have come through the post. I'd have put them in a DVD burner. All 5 discs would have been copied that day. And I'd have sent them back. Then I've had them all back the next day. And then you got the next 5 because you didn't pay a month. You paid like $19.99 a month. And record as many as you want. So you didn't want to make it cotton out that you were recording them. So what you used to do was you used to send 3 the first day and send the other 2 the next day. And then with the next 5, you'd send all 5 back so that you could hopefully get another 5 for the weekend. And then when the weekend came along, you'd send all 5 back for the next one because you say, well, I watched them over the weekend, you see. And then you'd do it again, 3, then 2, then 5. And then basically they didn't cotton on that you were recording them quickly. But that's pretty much what you did. You ripped every single one off.
How long did you do that for then? How long did that last?
Well, basically what I'm saying is I think a lot of people were doing that.
Yeah.
The people that were trying to clamp down on crime, those were the people that were in the market selling camera versions of films that were in the cinema at the moment.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? That's who they wanted to clamp down on.
Yeah. Because you used to get those adverts, didn't you?
Yeah, the Federation Against Copyright Theft Act is what they were called.
Yeah.
They put it on the front of all their adverts and all of that sort of stuff. But really, really seriously, they really just wanted to clamp hold of the people that are in the marketplaces selling pirate copies of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody that was recording it for their own players, whether they got prosecuted. I'll tell you what, if they walked into my house back in the 90s, I'd have got done and I'd have been put away and they'd have thrown the key away. Because it was something like £20,000 per offence. I said, Christ, in that folder alone, I've got 250 discs. You might as well just turn around and say, my life's dead. And I might as well just turn around and say, it's a fair cop, Gov.
I'll tell you what the worst things. Did you see those where people actually went into the cinema and started videoing it and just videoed the film, and you'd get people walking by. It was a terrible quality, but they were selling them off, and then people say, oh, look, I've just seen the latest film, look.
VHS had a copyright protection thing called Macrovision, right? DVD had also a copy protection called Secure ROM.
Yeah.
Both of them were so simple to get past.
Yeah.
All the magnetic pulse was at the top and bottom of the tape. All you needed to do was have a frequency modulator that basically you twisted and it got rid of the pulse.
Yeah.
So because the only reason that Macrovision worked was when you weren't going directly through to an aerial in the back of your telly. If you had a broken telly, you could take that tuner out and have it go through that, and it would think that your video recorder is attached to a TV in between 2 video recorders. So the pulse would be gone, right? That was one way of doing it. But most people didn't want to take their tellies apart or have or find a broken one and get an electrical shock from the tube, right? So all you did was you bought yourself one of these Tandy kits and all it was a box with a knob, and you just turned it left and right, and the frequency would then stop fluctuating. It would then steady like that. There you are, and you just recorded. Simple. That's how you got two recorders to record to each other without the protection coming on. Very simple. I did it a number of times. I had to make up free versions of that box in my lifetime. They changed the protection slightly, you see, every couple of years. Anyway, we're past Did You Used to Be a Member, aren't we?
Danny says, Rock God 2004, hi mate. Rock God 2004. Check. That's why I jumped to that bit before. Danny Dukes, Aya Bud, that's Rock God, and then Tony York. Dave Allen was so healthy, smoking and drinking whiskey while chatting. Yeah, he did give up smoking, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He tried to give up alcohol as well. He weren't ever going to get rid of that.
I think that might have been a bit more difficult.
Too many demons.
Sai says, I Nige, and I got so engrossed in my message. Sorry, chaps. Good evening, Ian and Delly Welly. There you are. So I said,
he's the only one that I will say can get away with calling me Delly Welly. I tell you, Nige, you're a great mate. You can get away with murder. I tell you, no
problem. Cy Robson, I am mate. I am Cy mate, and Tony says, "Evening, Mr. Rock God. I am subscribed." That's Tony says, and
I hope so.
Tony, hello, mate. Thank you very much. It's very much appreciated, Nige. And Sai says, Rock God 2004. Have you seen the picture I tagged you in a Facebook post on Sammy G's group? Sai Robson, no, mate, I haven't. Sai says it's a production photo from Jaws. Wow. And no, Del, I didn't get any messages. If I hadn't been told, I wouldn't have known about it. I just went to check and it's just gone, as though it was never there. I'm absolutely gutted.
I'm going to check it myself, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Tony says, I used to rent VHS from a local garage. Yep. They were everywhere. I used to have them. Cy Rosen, I'll have to have a look. That's right, the Jaws. I only ever went to Blockbusters once, and that was to rent Halloween H2O. For me, video rentals got really poor when the 80s ended. The pre-certification days were amazing. Yeah, it was great when there was no certificates, and it's fantastic. And even buying new ones was great, but they soon clamped down on that as well.
Yeah.
Because I remember going to Smith's and seeing Straw Dogs. Totally, it's funny, I always mention Straw Dogs for Morella, but seeing an uncut copy of that with no certificate and Smith's, yeah. Tony, my first DVD machine was a Combi. Oh yeah, VHS DVD one. You could record onto blank DVD disc. Yeah, I had one of those. Massive machine compared to the tiny DVD Blu-ray players of today. Yeah, I when that came along, you couldn't stop recording stuff, putting it on your DVD. It was really grand, that. And Rocker 2004. I highly recommend True Romance on 4K. Absolutely amazing transfer and very reasonable price. It's a great film. Absolutely wonderful film.
Well, I never.
Straw Dogs, wow, amazing film. Love it. Susan George is absolutely gorgeous. She was. That film means a lot because it's the one that we saw at school.
I'll tell you what, just to give you, just to give you, just to give you
13.
Just to give you an update, Ian. Right?
Yeah.
they have been bloody sneaky, right? With this, what Rock God's talking about. Every single one of my orders is there, but Jaws.
Ah,
Right. So Shawshank Redemption's still there. 2001: A Space Odyssey is there. Apollo 13's there. Goodfellas is there. Scarface is there. No Jaws.
oh, the
And just to show you that it's still showing on there. Oh, hang on.
you have to turn that backing off, I think.
So this is it. This is from the order page. I don't know if it's going to pick up very well, but you can still see, look, Shawshank Redemption, 2001. They're all still there.
Yeah.
But and these are the steelbook ones, the 30 quid ones, and I ordered them on the 15th of April all together.
Oh.
And yet they've removed Jaws because I ordered 2 copies. So one of my copies is through Amazon, the other one's through HMV. So I need to check now if
HMV, check them. Yeah.
So I need to check that. But yeah, that's rather nasty because they shouldn't take something out the back end of what your order is without telling you what's going on. But it's weird how they've done it for some and not others. Like I say, some of them are still there.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any reason for it. I don't know. And Nige says Susan George and Linda Hayden. Yes, I know. Oh, she's really grand. Oh, crikey, she is. Yeah, Susan George. Yes. Fry is another great Susan George appearance, menaced by a creeper Ian Bannerman. Yes, it's a great film. That is. In fact, Tony, I think you sent me that. Yeah, I'm sure you did. Yeah, it's Susan George. You just can't go wrong. Absolutely. Fry is another great film. Creepy as hell. Yeah, it is. I think that, crikey, we've got to the end. We've actually got to the end.
At 5 past midnight.
What time is it?
In fact, there's 4 minutes to go, and it's 4 hours of work done.
Yeah, it's 3 hours 56.
If you want to call it,
you got another one here. Wait a minute. Tony, yes, I did, Ian. See about sending that film. Yeah, thank you as well. I know it was a great film. And then Susan George is excellent in the Michael Caine Jack the Ripper as well. I know you're a big fan of that film, Nigel. I know Delboy's got it because he was showing it as well, weren't you?
Well, I mean, I knew of it. I watched it back in the time when it was on telly, and it was Nigel that said, "Oh, it came out on Blu-ray." I knew there was a DVD version. And then, of course, when Network went, I couldn't get it. And then when Network came back, there it was under the new label for $12.99. Probably the best $12.99 I've ever spent. And I'll turn around and say that to the end of the earths that Nigel told me about something, and it's there. And $12.99 is a steal.
Fantastic.
It is great.
And Tony says, my favorite version of Jack the Ripper. Yeah, that's film. Yeah. Mine too. I absolutely love it. Nige says, yeah.
You know those conversations are going to keep going and going and going. You're just doing it now, aren't you?
We're at the end. Have we got 4 hours? We've nearly got
2 minutes to go.
I'm trying to extend it so we get 4 hours. And we've got 11 people watching, it says here. Crikey, 11 people have stayed this long.
We've had it actually more than that at some point.
Yeah. It says, oh, have you seen Study in Terror with Barbara Windsor as a Ripper victim? That's 1965, Tony says. No. Have you seen that, Delboy?
I've heard of Barbara Windsor doing a Study in Terror because it came out in a little biography thing, you know, where she was being portrayed as Barbara Windsor and how she married a gangster and all of that sort of stuff. It showed her career. But I don't think I've ever seen Study in Terror.
No. And Danny Duke says, I told you it came back out, Jack the Ripper.
It did. Like I said,
yeah.
If it wasn't Nigel, it was Danny. If it wasn't
and then
Danny,
he's saying, no. Yeah.
But what I will say is, without both of you, I wouldn't have got it.
Yeah. I'd love to see that Barbara Windsor one, though.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure there's a reference to it in her own little drama thing that came out from ITV a couple of years ago, where they were talking about how she went through the carry-ons and what she'd done and all of
that. It's available on Blu-ray, Tony says. John Neville as Sherlock Holmes. Oh, there you are. Barbara Windsor one. We're nearly there. We've got 4 hours. We've done it. Yes. We've done
3 seconds over.
Yes. What time is it? It's 9 minutes past 12.
Let's go for another half hour. Yay!
We've got 9 saying, I'll hunt it down. Cheers, Tony. Yeah.
I wish I had the money, but I want that all. I want that. What's it called? All gone or whatever. I forgot what the bloody thing's called now.
Which Get Out?
Get Out, yeah.
Get Out, yeah. It's a good one. Brilliant.
$89.99.
You just get the normal standard 4K.
I don't want the normal standard one. I want the steel cut one.
You can't get. It's too much money. Blooming heck. Blooming heck, lad.
I want King Kong as well, but it went in 15 minutes, didn't it?
What can I say? Blooming heck, lad. Hey. Get the normal.
I love everybody in the chat, and I love everybody here. That's all I gotta say. It makes my Wednesday. Really,
and Sai says, nighty night, guys. And Tony says, good night, everyone, and thanks very much. Well, thanks very much for everybody that has contributed and come in and listened to us going on like this.
Talk shit, yeah.
Talking rubbish, but hopefully it's entertaining rubbish, or perhaps it's not. Well, it's still 11 people here, so it can't be too bad.
Can't be much on telly.
Yeah. And Nige says, right, I'm off, chaps. Nighty night. You all take care. Thank you, Nige, for joining us.
He'll be on his 4th film in about an hour's time.
Yeah. And Dan Dukes, have a good one. Love the stream. Well, thank you, Danny. Thank you, brilliant. And I think that now is it. Yes. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Delboy. I hope you've enjoyed it tonight. It's been great again. Really enjoyed it.
I've always turned around and said, Wednesday's the day I look forward to because I get to speak to a lot of people that are talking about things that I like to talk about.
Fantastic, isn't it? I love it myself.
You always give me ideas on what I might do next on my channel,
which is great.
And of course, I can fuel a little bit of my anger, like those King Kongs and that I've been talking about.
Yeah.
Because all that happens when I read news, like Rock God said about his jaws and all of that sort of stuff, is if you by yourself, you get that news and you're going, bloody hell, I can't even get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell's going on? Because I mean, I couldn't get that. I just found out I haven't got that Get Out. King Kong sold out in 15 minutes. Rock God's come in and said Jaws has been taken away from everybody's order. No has been told even by email that it's been cancelled yet. And there I am looking, and he's dead right there. And you're just going, what the hell am I doing wrong? Why is everything so negative happening to me? What is happening in the world of physical media that's causing all these problems? Because if you all you do is look at other people's channels, you tend to find that they've got their copy, and it makes you even feel worse.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm not mentioning names or anything. It's just that what I'm trying to say is there's always somebody that's holding up a box and they turn around and say, "Oh, I got this, sold out now, but here's my copy.
Yeah.
Look, and I'll do an
Yeah.
unboxing for you and show you it."
Oh,
And you're going, "Why didn't you tell me when you were ordering it that you were getting it?" Because I tell you what, I'd
yeah.
have been interested if I'd known it was out there for me to order it. I'd have ordered it, but you kept it to yourself. No bugger knew about it until it was actually being sent out, and then you can't get it for love nor money because it's all with the scalpers.
Yeah.
So
Oh well.
it's a really harsh place, and it's why I love people like Euphoria Pictures and Nige and ourselves and
Yeah.
people that are in here,
Yeah.
because I mean it wasn't more than a week ago that Jim Jam was sending me an email saying, "By the way, mate, you can get that for $2.99 for World of Books if you look right now. Bang, bang, bang! There you are. You've got yourself some up for
Yeah.
$2.99." But it's the love of other people that are searching for you
It's
that do
great.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you were to
It is.
look yourself, you'd never be off your phone.
It's a great part of the community. Well, thank you anyhow for this. It's been another great week, and we look forward to next week again, which will be episode 14 next week.
14?
Yeah, we've done
14?
14 next week. We've done 13
Jesus,
at the moment.
I couldn't count above 10. Where's the house 14 come from?
So, goodbye, everybody, and thank you for being here and listening to us two old buggers go on.
Oh, buggers, yeah.
Bye. Bye. Bye, everybody.